Good afternoon, everybody. I am meteorologist Seth Bohnhoff, and I'm currently tracking some severe weather here in central Illinois as things are getting fired up. Before I get too far, just want to make sure everyone on the stream can hear me. If I could just get a couple of people to comment whether they can or cannot, and we'll kind of go from there. In the event that you can hear already, just going to kind of brush up on the situation that we've got at the moment. We have a pair of severe thunderstorm warnings, but they cover quite a bit of area here, several counties included. Right now, Fayette, Shelby, parts of Moultrie, even Coles and Douglas counties are under severe thunderstorm warning. So it looks like everyone can hear, so that's good. So we'll kind of start to dive into the details. Right now, we're still kind of in the early stages of storm development here at the moment. You notice these storms don't look like super mature ones that we are kind of expecting here later on. This is just kind of, again, that first round. So at the moment, both of these warnings are just kind of tagged for your standard stuff, the 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts up to the quarter-size hail as well. But these are some very quick-moving storms as well. That's a southern one actually moving at 60 miles an hour, that northern one moving at about 45, so just a little slower on that northern side. I'm sure a lot of you recently got some alerts on your phones, or if you were even watching the CBS feed ahead of some March Madness games, you got an alert for a tornado watch. So here is the area that encompasses that. It's for many counties along I-55 and off to the east. This is going to go till 7 p.m., but there's going to be a lot of places that are kind of earlier in the game with that. It's not even 1 o'clock here yet, and we've already got those storms in the area. So we'll kind of watch that first line move through. Maybe a little development on the backside of that, but we're not too terribly concerned with that at the moment. But this has probably caught a lot of your attention, was that tornado watch that was issued not too long ago. And again, that goes till 7 p.m. One thing that both I and the National Weather Service are watching here a little bit is on this southern storm. Looks like there's a little bit of upper level rotation on it. It's hard to tell anything at the surface based on how far away radars are from this out there in Fayette County, but you can kind of just see some general broad upper level rotation there in the northeast part of Fayette County right now. I'll even give that a little loop just so you can see where that's been moving at here over the course of the last several minutes. So we are watching that in particular. Doesn't look like anything imminent just yet, but of course that would be the reason for that tornado watch out there, is to keep an eye out for potential development later on. So right now at the moment, looks like lots of places just kind of dealing with that general strong wind. I'll even pop up our Decatur camera here and just kind of show you some action going on that direction. You can see storm activity picking up a little bit there. Just kind of looks like some general rain, maybe a little bit of wind in that area at the moment. So again, just in the early stages here with everything, we're going to kind of watch and see how these storms strengthen a little bit over time. And what I'll do right now is I'll show you a neat little radar component that I've put together here just to show where those storms are at, but also show you the area out ahead of it that actually has some pretty good energy to tap into still. So there's going to be a lot of colors on the screen at once, but you're going to notice your storms still down here, your standard colors there with the radar. You're going to notice a lot of orange and reddish colors off to the east of that. That is where your instability is. There's plenty of it. It's close to 70-some degrees outside. The dew points are well into the 60s, so there is plenty of that instability to work with. And I'm sure some of you even saw some of the sunshine there early in the day, as well as the clouds kind of were able to clear out. So we've got plenty of that instability, and these storms, I'll even put this here in motion, these storms are moving towards that further instability. So we are definitely going to see some further development there as we get later on into this event. But as mentioned, for the moment, we are just kind of watching as these storms move into that environment. Things are likely to pick up quite a bit here over the next couple of hours. We'll even show you some future track runs here before too long. Throw some lightning up there for the moment. Again, this isn't lit up and down like you've seen with some severe weather events before. So still kind of getting there into the beginning parts of this event. But if you're anywhere in the Vandalia area, parts of Shelbyville, all the way up through to Sullivan, you're either getting ready to experience those storm characteristics, or you're just getting into that here before too long. So just keeping an eye on this line as it assembles itself together and watching some areas of rotation, one particular down there into the northeast part of Fayette County as well. If you're just now joining us, let me know where you're watching from. Let me know what you're seeing outside. Of course, we rely a lot on our viewers to kind of tell us what's going on. We've got cameras scattered throughout the area, but not one in every single county. So it's always helpful to have some eyes on what's happening down that direction. And of course, with any sort of questions, we'll try to answer those as concisely and quickly as possible without taking our eyes off of too much of the activity here. But that is the setting right now. We had some of those storms pop up around the St. Louis area earlier this afternoon. And this event has been a little bit of a tricky one to forecast. There have been times where it looked like we were about to perhaps dodge a good chunk of the event. And there's some other models that said it's going to go straight through the center of the area. So there was a lot to kind of focus on there for a little bit. The end solution looks like somewhere in between. Looks like those storms are going to kind of almost cut the area in half a little bit, if not maybe just capture a little bit more than half the area, as we are seeing here at the moment with these storms moving in. But severe weather is likely here as we get later on into the afternoon. But we are likely heading towards an event that's going to blow through pretty quickly. So even though it could pack a little bit of a punch, we'll see some of those strong or quick storm motions breeze on through. Let's talk about what to expect as this event lingers on. Of course, that tornado watch is out there right now. Let's bring up your tornado risk, just kind of a 1 to 10 scale of how likely it is a tornado is to happen in your area. Many of us are sitting at that 4 out of 10. If you are along I-55 or to the east, we're kind of sitting at that general number. SPC on the recent outlook did kind of drag that 6 up this direction a little bit, but that main threat does reside in southern Illinois and parts of southern Indiana as well. So we're, of course, watching for some of those tornado chances as well, especially in the early stages of these storms as they may become a little more isolated in nature. So that's what we are watching with that. But I think the greater impacts are going to come from the wind and the hail. I think that's the better chance to see on a more widespread scale. And we'll pull up this chart here. Gusts around 65, maybe 70 miles an hour possible east of I-55. As those storms mature, could form quite the line as they move on through. Not only that, but hail could be rather large as well. We're talking around golf ball size, maybe up to tennis ball size as well. The same kind of area that you're seeing in that tornado watch. So even though the word tornado kind of grabs your attention when that watch was issued, we are watching for a lot more than just that. In fact, the wind is likely to be a big widespread factor in everything the deeper into the event that we go. Let's pull up a future track run here real quick, and we'll show you kind of how that is predicting things to evolve a little bit over time. This one actually doing a pretty good job of capturing current conditions. So we'll see how this one plays out over the next couple of hours. Looks like some expansion on that, even farther up to the north. And just keep an eye on some of these southern storms. If they're more isolated in nature, that would suggest they're able to rotate a little easier. And it could end up being a pretty big, kind of ugly mess as we get later on into the event, as things will try to congeal together. There might be some of those storms kind of off on their own still. And we'll watch and see how that kind of plays itself out. But as mentioned, with this thing being kind of a quick moving event, hopefully it clears out in a pretty short order. But of course, there could be some redevelopment there on the backside of that. So we will have to pay attention to that as well. Just a real quick note for Kevin. I think Jason is at the front door and needs in. So we'll got our intern also just kind of observing here in the background as well. So we'll keep an eye out for him, and we'll kind of reset things and look at your radar picture once again. It is just 12 minutes shy of 1 p.m. here in central Illinois, and we've got some storms that we are watching out for, mainly across in between the I-55, I-57 regions. That's kind of where we thought things would really get generated. Some of those morning showers actually kind of stabilize the atmosphere out to the west a little bit. So places like the Springfield area, maybe even as far east as maybe the Taylorville area, maybe not quite the same risk, but we are watching because you can see a few of those storms still populating in there from the back. So that is the situation, just kind of observing things. The best environment is still right across the eastern half of the area, of course, where those storms are, and off into that direction as well. So that is what we're paying attention to at the moment. I'm going to show you a couple of sky cams here. I'm going to let things pull full screen real quick, and we'll just kind of show you what we're seeing here across the area while we look at some stuff here on the side too. Decatur, not technically in any warning here just yet, but you are seeing some thunderstorm activity clearly there on the sky cam. We'll even flip things over to our Effingham camera here and see what's happening down that direction. Don't think there's anything in town just yet. Maybe there is there on the south end of town, so we might see, yep, there you go, some rain on the camera, but nothing too terribly exciting just yet. But we, of course, keep an eye out on those cameras to make sure that we are not missing a thing there with some of those eyes on the ground. So continuing to monitor all of that and watching as some winds pick up here in the area as well. We'll go ahead and check some velocity, kind of keep an eye on parts of parts of Fayette County that had a little circulation earlier, just kind of checking in on some of that stuff. Again, still looks pretty broad nature, still pretty far away from any of our radars, whether it's the Lincoln radar, the St. Louis one, or the Evansville one. So continuing just to monitor that and almost just kind of waiting to see how these storms interact with the more unstable environment as they continue to creep to the east. But some places that aren't seeing anything just yet might be a little confused as to why they have gotten warnings. They've got warnings well out ahead of these storms. Places like Arcola, Tuscola, Mattoon, Charleston, even into parts of Cumberland County that don't have the warning just yet. Those storms are on their way. They've got plenty of lead time there on those warnings. So just prepare yourself right now. 60-mile-an-hour gusts, quarter-size hail is what is currently being seen in those warning boxes for now. But, of course, some intensity is expected to pick up here within the next several hours. Got a couple questions here at the moment asking if there's any tornadoes in these storms, if there's going to be any. Of course, we're not seeing any of that just yet, but there is that potential, of course, with that tornado watch, that was issued earlier. But again, a lot of this event is going to be a wind and hail event with just some of those tornadoes, embedded circulations mixed in there as well. So I just want to make sure that we get that point across. Of course, the tornadoes always catch the attention there with the wording, but there's going to be plenty more than just that to watch out for here over the course of the next several hours. So continue to keep an eye on that. Again, we'll throw some lightning back on there. Not big electric storms just yet. As they start to intensify, of course, you can expect that that will go up as well. But at the moment, just kind of some general thunderstorm intensity there with some of your lightning. So nothing crazy on that like we've seen in the past. But definitely getting a little windy out there. I'm also going to take a look at our dew point map just to kind of illustrate a point here about just how kind of unstable the air is right now. So far this year with any severe weather event, we've been close to that 60-degree dew point, but have kind of fallen short on that for the most part. Now we're comfortably in those 60s, so that's a little bit more to tap into here. And this even is a good illustrator of where to expect some of those storms, because out here to the west along I-55, Springfield's just down there in the mid to upper 50s. Same with Lincoln, parts of Jacksonville. So a little more stable air out that direction. The urgency isn't quite as high out there, of course, but we'll continue to watch that. Not the same intensity, of course, as what could happen in those mid-60s dew points that we are seeing farther out there to the east. And again, many of you may have gotten alerts not too long ago about that tornado watch. We'll show you that again. That was issued closer to noon or so. That does encompass a good chunk of the area south of I-74 and east of I-55. This goes until 7 p.m., but again, that line should be kind of quickly moving. We'll watch and see how complicated things may get as some of those individual storms may want to combine together into more of a line. Maybe they want to stay a little more individual. There's just lots of a potential back and forth there with the storm evolution and how things evolve over time. I'll flip back on your radar here and just kind of take a look at things, even let you get a better view here on full screen. So just kind of watching for those first two warnings, and it looks like we've got a extra bump up on the northern set of storms there. They have now included what looks to be, is this a tornado possible tag on here? Yes. So this warning here, the severe thunderstorm warning with the reddish outline, this now has a tornado possible tag on it. So we're going to switch over to our velocity, just kind of take a look inside there and see if we can tell any certain area. Kind of around there, perhaps in the Shelbyville area, we're starting to see some rotating winds just a little bit. Nothing too terribly organized just yet. I'll let this play out here over the last 30 minutes so we can kind of see maybe a little bit of tightening happening there across parts of northern Shelby County. So keeping an eye on that. The northern severe thunderstorm warning, which includes parts of Shelby, Moultrie, Douglas, and Coles County, now has a tornado possible tag on it. So watching this one closely. Aside from that, still has the 60-mile-an-hour winds and the quarter-size hail associated with that. So monitoring things here as tornadic potential appears to be rising just a little bit here with these first couple of warnings across the area, and still watching that thing down there across now far northeastern Fayette County for any kind of potential there. And again, the radar pretty far away from that Fayette County storm, so hard to tell completely what's happening in there. But we will keep a sharp eye out here for these storms now becoming a little more organized in the Shelby County area and about to enter the Moultrie County area here within the next several minutes. So that's why there's plenty of lead time here on these warnings, of course. If something is likely to develop, they want folks to know about it well ahead of time. So as mentioned a moment ago, parts of Douglas County, Coles County, where you've had a warning issued for the last 10 or 15 minutes and still waiting on any rain at all, that would be the reason behind that, just giving those folks plenty of lead time to kind of get themselves prepared and watch out for anything that may be on its way. So as we approach the 1 o'clock hour, still kind of just getting things started with our severe weather event here today, as we're watching this initial line of storms move on in and further strengthen, as we've seen just here on this stream in the last 15 minutes, went from some pretty standard storms to now ones that are kind of getting a little extra rotation there, at least some broad sources of rotation. So monitoring that closely. And let's see if we can get a lot going on here on our sky cam, see if we're kind of capturing anything on there. I'm going to look in the background at some of our cameras here. Charleston doesn't look like we can see a lot from that one. We'll take a peek at the Effingham one, still just generally thunderstorm looking that direction, and checking out Decatur. I'll even put some of these cameras up here on the stream just to see what we're seeing. So no real camera shot that can get us a clear look at anything too intense just yet. There's the view indicator looking off to the south and just barely to the west as well, as things have tapered off just a little there. We'll take a peek at the Charleston camera as well. Still plenty of time out ahead of that storm getting into Coles County, but you can see things looking a little more aggravated in the sky as we look off to the west as well. And then in the Effingham area, notice that there is a little bit of a storm action going on there, but still things just kind of getting going in that neck of the woods as well. So checking through some comments here, people kind of just asking about certain locations. It's a little difficult to tell some places right now. Someone asking about Decatur. We're kind of on that fine line of that's where these storms are starting to form a little bit. So we can't really say anybody is at all out of the woods or anything yet, just with the way this event is still getting started. But we are, of course, keeping an eye on everything there. And even someone commenting about Danville here. Danville's still plenty of time away from any sort of storm activity, but that doesn't mean let your guard down, because it may be your turn later on this afternoon. So we definitely want to stay on high alert, especially if you are kind of a city east of Springfield in general. Lots of those places are just kind of in that tornado watch zone that we are going to follow here throughout much of the afternoon. We'll continue to just kind of check in on any sort of possible rotations here within some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Looks like we may have a little bit of that broad rotation continuing north of Shelbyville right now. Just kind of this little area, as you can see, with those greens and reds kind of mixing together. But it looks a little noisy here still at the moment. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And, of course, keep an eye on what National Weather Service is saying with anything as well. And even they are commenting on those storms in Fayette County. Looks like the rotation weakened a little bit here over the last several minutes, so not quite as concerned about that one. But, of course, this northern one is the one that has the tornado possible tag on it. Also checking some messages here on the side, even on my phone, for anybody that is giving us some views on the ground. Got some cool pictures of some Mattoon clouds going on in Macoupin County, just kind of behind these storms. Macoupin County, kind of in general, one of those spots that's kind of on the safer side of things, a lot more stable air out that direction, more concerned about areas along and east of I-55. And kind of as we thought might be the case, storms looking just a little cluttered here at the moment. There's no great organization here just yet, but again, early stages, that is exactly what you expect with this kind of thing. As there is still plenty of time to go. We mentioned the general timeline for this stuff is going to be somewhere between noon and as late as possibly 7 p.m. That is when the tornado watch is set to expire. But I think lots of places will be done with before that. I'm going to put myself back here on screen, talk about the biggest hazards with this event. We're talking about strong winds. We're talking about large hail. Those are the main kind of widespread threats to watch out for. Of course, anywhere that you get a tornado, that could cause more damage to a smaller area. But the winds and the hail, that causes a little less damage, but is able to spread it out over a larger area. So that's kind of what we're more concerned about here with the area-wide threat. 70-mile-an-hour gusts possible as these storms mature. Maybe 2-inch hail in diameter. That's about tennis ball size. So those are going to be the big things to watch for. And again, timing-wise, we've already got started here, started around noon. Could carry out as far as 7 p.m., but places like Decatur, Taylorville, kind of the Coles County area, those places are going to get through this event a little sooner than those out to the east. Obviously, Champaign, Urbana, parts of into Danville, parts of Edgar County, Paris, for example. Those will be the places that have to watch out for a little longer. And even in particular, down across the I-70 region, that's going to be kind of a place to watch in the event that even though this line could kind of pass through initially, there might be some more storms building back on the northwest side of that. That's where your greater tornado risk is. That's where your 6 out of 10 is there on our tornado risk index. So we are going to keep an eye out, particularly across that part of the area. Overall, didn't expect tornadoes to be a big factor in the forecast today. That being said, we do expect maybe 1 or 2 to kind of pop their way into the picture here if things have their way, thus the tornado watch that was issued within the last hour. So keep an eye on those storms. Now it looks like we've dropped 1 warning. That's Fayette County storm. Does not look like it's got its warning continued into Effingham County. Of course, that storm kind of moving up into this warning as well, so maybe kind of encapsulating that. Just kind of a general mess with these storms. This northern one looks like it's starting to take over a little bit. Looks like things are becoming slightly more organized that direction, and likely to see maybe some winds ramp up here for the next couple of hours as this really moves into more unstable air. And again, just checking out inside these storms, seeing the wind field, seeing if there's anything going on. Again, you can see some of those colors mixing together a little bit, but this is pretty broad. This is a little noisy right now, but just kind of watching this general area between Shelbyville and Windsor to see if anything can kind of tighten up. And if so, we'll watch for a possible tornadic development there out of that, but just kind of generally rotating here for now. And seeing those low-end severe thunderstorm type impacts like your 60-mile-an-hour winds and your quarter-size hail. So that's what we are looking at with that for now, and just kind of scanning on some of our sky cams too to make sure we're not missing anything there, and pulling up our radar picture. I'm sure before too long we're going to have a pretty decent view on our Charleston camera. That might be our best shot at seeing something. I can see the Effingham one. The storms are starting to move through town there before too long. We are keeping an eye on that, but that camera looks pretty mild here at the moment. I'm going to peek at the Charleston camera here in the corner. And again, looks like things are picking up a little bit there, a little rainy, but overall can't see too much happening out that direction. So if you're just now joining us, we'll kind of reset things here, get you a little better view of what's happening. There's probably lots of people tuning in that knew there was going to be severe weather today. If you live in Champaign, Urbana, if you're up in Gibson City, Danville, Paris, Mattoon, Charleston, places like that, you haven't really seen too much yet. You're a little confused as to this whole thing with the tornado watch going up, and of course us hopping on the stream. This is still very much so in the early stage of this event. We're still watching these storms kind of compile themselves together, mature a little bit, and this northern part of this line kind of putting itself together pretty well, even seeing a little bit of a pink there on the radar, which suggests either some pretty intense rainfall or possibly even some large hail within that storm as well. So keeping an eye on that as that one gets a little more interesting looking. Again, overall pretty messy, pretty noisy there on the radar. But as mentioned, if you're in those cities, not saying that nothing's going to happen here because we're just getting started. We need to see how things play out a little bit, even if nothing is really too exciting out your window here right now. So kind of around the eastern part of Shelby County into much of Moultrie County here before too long, you're really going to get a little bit of that storm action here after a while. And as mentioned, there's kind of that pinkish looking color southeast of Dalton City, southwest of Lovington too. So might be seeing a little bit of that hail pick on up soon as well. In fact, we'll even just kind of take a look at our hail tracker. Sometimes it lags behind just a little bit, but just to see if we've got anything picking up on that. And sometimes it takes a second for that data loaded. We can see some of those gray spots. That's kind of closer to that half-inch size hail. So nothing significant being popped up on our radar from what it can see just yet. But we'll continue to watch out for that as well. And again, if you're watching, let us know where you're watching from, what's happening out your window. That always helps us with figuring out what's either is going on or could happen there, as we don't have eyes at all times everywhere, of course. We want to know what you're seeing, and we want to know kind of how things are going your direction. Seeing a little bit of southern development here on some of these storms down there closer to the I-70 region as well, just kind of watching how these evolve over time. Maybe they will pick up in strength as well. A lot of the time you really have to watch out for those storms on the southern end of any event because they don't really have a whole lot to contest them on the southern end, which is where all of your unstable air kind of likes to feed itself in from sometimes. So keeping a sharp eye out for that. And looking again, looks like there might be a little bit of an uptick there in that broad rotation heading into parts of Moultrie County, seeing some brighter reds, some brighter greens maybe out there around the Windsor area as well, just kind of southwest of there. So keeping close eye on that. Again, that's severe thunderstorm warning. You notice there's almost a little bit of a orangish reddish tint to the outline of that warning box. We have a tornado possible tag on that one. And that's why that warning stands out a little bit more to let us know of that possibility. And just kind of scanning some of the National Weather Service's comments and seeing if they are picking up on anything. They're also watching a little bit of action going on up there in Piatt County as some of these storms kind of merge into each other a little bit there. So we've got eyes all over what's going on here to make sure that we are following things as they happen. We'll pop back up that radar picture there and let that kind of, I'll actually kind of keep that still here just for the moment, just so you can actually see where some of these storms are right now. So across far eastern Shelby County into parts of Piatt and eventually Moultrie County, that's where your strongest storm activity looks here at the moment. And you can even kind of notice a little bit of a kind of a curve here in the shape of that line. That's kind of where you have to watch sometimes for some of those circulations to kind of fit their way in and potentially spin up a tornado or two. So that kind of general area, it's a pretty big area to watch, so a little difficult to hone in exactly. But as some of these little storms out to the east of this main line, as they kind of crash into this line too, you need to pay attention to that and see how they kind of interact with the main line of storms. Sometimes that can enhance your circulation. Sometimes that can just make things a little more complicated. So these little pop-up storms out ahead of that main line can always play a factor in things as well. But just officially one warning across the area, but it does cover a pretty sizable amount of real estate there. Parts of Macon County, Piatt County, Moultrie, even into Douglas, Coles, and much of eastern Shelby County as well. So plenty of people in on the action. And checking out some comments here. Someone's asking about kind of the different rounds of this event. Kind of a round one, round two sort of thing. This is, yes, the very opening stages of what is set to happen. There is a round two kind of moving in at some point later on this afternoon, but it's more of like an evolution of this first round, also just kind of watching how things evolve to the south. So again, the initial stages, we'll see how this little round affects any other potential ones as well. But if you're not seeing any storm activity yet and you are east of the general kind of, we'll say Taylorville, Decatur area, if you're east of that mark, just kind of keep an eye out for things, because even if not much is happening in Champaign, in Danville, in Paris, in parts of Marshall as well, it doesn't mean nothing's going to happen. We're still in the early stages as this arcs across to the east. I'll once again put on our instability radar here and show you where those places of highest potential, so to speak, are, where the storms, if they kind of move into that area more, they would likely continue to strengthen, kind of organize themselves a little more. Where you see these maroonish colors, that's where your higher instability is. And notice that's mainly across the I-70 region, but these orange colors, they are way more than enough to continue to intensify storms. So as our line continues to march into that better environment, we, of course, expect things to continue to pick up with that storm activity as well. Things picking up a little bit there in the Effingham area, it looks like. Charleston starting to get a little more detail on the clouds as they roll on in. We'll go ahead and pop up a couple of those cameras just to let you have a look here. So I believe first we're going to look at the Charleston camera. Not much happening there just yet. Storm's still well off to the west, but kind of getting in that mode where over the next 10 to 15 minutes need to keep an eye out, as things may really pick up there before too long. We'll send you down into Effingham as well, where you notice on this cam some pretty dark looking skies as that first line of storm starts to move in that direction. So warning or no warning, anywhere you're kind of seeing storm action, things are likely to get pretty windy as these things organize themselves and kind of put them together a little bit. And so that is your current view in Effingham. We're going to pop back on our radar here and take a look at any potential rotation and see how that is evolving here within the tornado possible tagged severe thunderstorm warning. And you can see those colors getting a little brighter bit by bit here, kind of between Sullivan and Windsor. Looks pretty broad still in nature, but a little bit of an uptick there in some of those speeds over the last several minutes. So that's kind of the area of concern here at the moment. We'll see how that evolves over time. But with storms kind of moving off to the northeast, we'll have to watch out for parts of northwestern Coles County, potentially far southern Douglas County as well. If that storm happens to kind of organize itself and put itself together a little bit more, places like Arcola would have to watch out a little bit, and into parts of Humboldt as well. that would kind of be an area to keep in mind. Looks like this main area of rotation just a little bit to the north of where Mattoon and Charleston are at the moment, and of course, far off to the west. And we are, of course, checking your comments and seeing if anybody has anything to report here at the moment. Lots of reports of just some rain and some general wind activity. We've got Chris asking if the tornado watch could be expanded to the west potentially. I don't think that's an urgent concern. As mentioned earlier, the environment out that direction is a little more stable. I'll even look at one of my analysis pages here over on my other computer, and things definitely don't look quite as put together out that way. We kind of thought if you're west of I-55, you'll probably stand a better chance of potentially dodging this stuff. But as you can see, there's a little bit of stuff popping up around the Springfield area. It just doesn't have quite as much fuel to work with, so we're not quite as concerned. Don't want to completely say, no, nothing's not going to happen. Nothing's going to happen out that direction, but certainly not quite the same level of concern. And that can even be illustrated a little bit here by our SPC outlook, just our general outlook here for the day. I'll pop that on real quick just for a second so you can even tell for yourself. Again, those places along I-55, just in that slight risk, they could kind of see the beginning of some thunderstorms, but we tend to think east of that mark is where things are likely to become a little more intense and kind of develop here deeper into this afternoon and potentially into parts of the early evening as well. So continuing to just watch that one main core of the storm across the, we'll say, kind of central part of the line, because there was a little bit starting to pop up there in parts of Piatt County, soon to head into parts of Champaign County. It looks like we've got a expansion here on our warning now, kind of two warnings swallowing each other, it looks like, but we've got a little extra lead time now for places out ahead of this main line that we've been watching. Looks like this one also has a tornado possible tag on it, and that includes parts of southern Champaign County, all of Douglas County, virtually all of Coles County, and most of what looks like Cumberland County there as well. So continue to watch how these this main core is going to evolve over time. Again, National Weather Service continues to say tornado possible, as we do have an area of rotation popping up on radar, and you can even see that a little bit here on our reflectivity. I'll pop myself back on here to kind of show you where we're at. You're kind of seeing this almost C shape here. That's kind of sometimes where you see your winds rushing into the storm a little bit, maybe where that rotation is starting to become a little more organized. So we'll take a look inside the storm and our rotation. That one definitely has become a little tighter here over the course of the last several minutes. Again, those colors still a little dull, but now that it's a little more coupled together, we'll kind of see how this is set to evolve with time. I'll even put a little loop on it, and we'll zoom back in. We'll see kind of how that's evolving. So we'll put that over the last 30 minutes, and you can see things kind of organizing themselves a little more, and we'll have to watch particularly down there across parts of southern Moultrie County, kind of around the Sullivan area, just south of Sullivan, to see what happens with that area of rotation. That is the main concern. There's lots of other places, I'm sure, that are kind of seeing some gusty conditions, maybe up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe a little bit of hail in there as well, but there's not been a ton of evidence so far to suggest that there's any kind of big-time hail found anywhere. There's a couple of intense cores here and there that suggests there could be some in there, so keeping an eye out for that. Also, just kind of watching some of these storms out ahead of the system, out ahead of the line, I should say, that eventually are going to meet that line, kind of interact with it. We'll see how things kind of evolve as those storms run into each other and try to form one large line there out of that. But plenty of activity going on. We mentioned this morning how this could be a little bit of a messy event. You could have some storms that were isolated on their own, almost cellular sometimes, that would kind of be right next to that line. They'd crash into each other. So lots going on here, and we will continue to watch and make sure that as things potentially intensify somewhere, that we are all over it and watching. Got a couple of questions here. People asking about tornadoes possibly anywhere, in particular Champaign County. Again, we're kind of just watching this main storm right here across the eastern parts of Moultrie County, right here in that general area.
Hey, Seth, they extended the tornado.
I see that. So now we've got an expansion on our watch. It looks, correct me if I'm wrong, looks like it's to the north.
Yep.
So now that includes, looks like they added Ford, Iroquois, and Livingston counties into that as well. Maybe Benton County, Indiana, too. I'm not sure if that was part of the original one, but now a northward expansion there. Not too surprising. Also, just kind of watching the north part of that line to see how that particular part evolves with time, as well as most of the area east of I-55 talked about that higher instability. Even though things have been quiet up there, kind of north of I-74, maybe starting to get a little noisier now. At least there's the potential for things to ramp up a little bit up to the north. So that is your current tornado watch across the area. That goes until roughly 7 p.m. for a lot of those eastern counties. I think a lot of folks kind of on the west end of this watch will see things kind of be intense here early on, then taper off as we get farther into the evening. And we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for, it looks like northern Champaign County now. This also includes extreme northeast Piatt County, parts of southeast McLean, and even looks like comes just short of Ford County. So that would include places like Fisher, Mahomet, and Rantoul. That one here is set for the next 30 minutes. So that one includes, looks like 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail. So nothing crazy on the hail side of things just yet, but looks like the winds are starting to pick up that direction. So lots to keep track of. Again, this system, a little messy. There's some individual storms out ahead of the line. There's, of course, that main line that is trying to put itself together a little more. And we are going to keep an eye out for that as well.
Is there a new warning there?
Yes. You're talking about the northern one? Yeah, up there in northern Champaign County. Yep, we just got a little bit of a storm up that way. That's warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail, I believe they said. We'll turn back on velocity here. Take a look at that one. Looks like some pocket of stronger winds up in that direction as well. And peaking back down to this main cluster here. Again, kind of just watching in general near the Allenville area now, just where there could potentially be some tightening rotation at some points. Things have kind of pulsed up and down a little bit with that. It's been broad at times. It's been a little tighter at times, but when it's tighter, it's not quite as strong looking. So watching how that one evolves with time as well. But now we've kind of got a little separation in our line as far as the warnings go. So those have scattered a little bit farther to the north in parts of far northern Champaign County. So again, parts of Mahomet, Fisher, Rantoul, those kind of towns and cities out that direction will have to, again, watch out for just some general severe storm caliber stuff at the moment. Those 60-mile-an-hour winds mainly in the picture. And again, this whole mess out here, usually when you see warnings that are drawn this big, there's kind of a lot to watch out for, and they give you plenty of lead time there to follow with that as well. And what I'll do, I'm going to turn on the Charleston camera here in the background and see. We probably going to eventually have a good view there. Just a little bit of rain, just a little bit of wind there at the moment. We'll go ahead and turn that one on real quick, let you take a look out that direction. Things are likely to pick up in Coles County here over the next couple of minutes as the core of that line starts to move on in. And plenty of other places in line for that as well. Kind of the just all of Coles County looks to get hit by that line soon. Watching parts of Douglas County as well, kind of the southern end of that and the northern end of Coles County. That's where that area of interest is moving in, kind of that rotation. We'll see how that plays itself out. But perhaps places like Humboldt or even Arcola need to watch out a little bit for that, as we're kind of just panning our camera around here in Charleston, looking at the main intersection here from our camera as things are picking up here a little bit in parts of Coles County. And I'll even take a peek at the Mattoon camera there, of course, as that one's just a little farther west. Can't move the Mattoon camera, but we can at least get a farther west view and see if there, and there you go. There's a nice downpour happening right there in Mattoon. Plenty of strong winds as well. Maybe even some small little hailstones being tossed into that. So things really picking up into Mattoon now, as we've just got sheets of rain coming down on that camera. That is a great view of that storm as it's moving in. The visibility just in the last 10 seconds has dropped quite a bit there on that camera. So things really picking up in Mattoon. That's just a little bit to the southeast of that main kind of core of rotation we've watched, but also kind of just in that area of interest that we'll need to pay attention to. So if you are in Mattoon, you are definitely feeling the storm here right now as it starts to push into the I-57 area. And we've even got someone, Aaron in Mattoon, says the power has just gone out where he is. So that is probably to be expected, if not likely to see more of that as we get deeper into this event, as strong winds are likely to be the main driver in this after a while. And it looks like an expansion on that northern warning too. That now goes into parts of Ford County, even into southwestern Iroquois County. Still plenty of time for those up in Iroquois County to get ready for that one, but there's a reason there's lots of lead time here for these storms. I'm just going to click on this warning and see what the storm motion is. We've got it moving at 55 miles an hour. So that's pretty close to highway speeds there. That is highway speed moving to the northeast. So got to give you plenty of time for that to for you to know about that one, just because with them moving so fast, it will be there before you know it, despite looking pretty far away on radar. Even this main set of storms also warned for 55 mile per hour storm motion. So if you're getting hit, it's not going to last too terribly long, but it is a little bit of a punch that you're taking here right now as these storms race across the I-57 area. Definitely a little bit of a tricky situation for anyone traveling on the interstate. Hopefully people were aware of the forecast and were able to kind of stay off that there a little bit, because things could get a little windy traveling anywhere in that direction. I've also got someone saying power is out in Stewardson, power out in Humboldt as well, as that main cluster of storms starts to dive on in. And we've got some hail in certain locations as well. So just watching as things are starting to pick up a little bit here and starting to enter some more populated areas. And looking at your velocity picture here, again, starting to see some lighter color reds, almost kind of some pinkish there in your velocity. So watching out for that, as things have kind of just been a little broad here for a little bit of time. But as we push to the east into a better environment, we are watching to see how these storms are going to react to that, and how they potentially could intensify here over the next several minutes. And keep an eye on that northeastern storm, or on that northern storm, I should say. Looks like it's mainly just a wind thing here at the moment. I don't think there's too much going on velocity-wise. I'll take a look over here on the side. It looks like we should be all right there, although there are some pockets of some pretty gusty conditions. So even if there's not necessarily rotation, there is some interest there in the strong winds up that direction. So Gibson City probably taking a little bit of a hit right now too. Let's pop up the Gibson City camera and see what's happening that direction, see what that northern storm looks like. Looks like it hasn't quite reached peak intensity there on our Gibson City camera just yet, but if you are in the general Gibson City area, that storm is likely, if it's not there already, moving into town here before too long. Let's also flip back to Mattoon, see how that storm is progressing there in town. And just like that, things are a little more quiet there in Mattoon. So again, going to be a little sporadic, going to be some quick hitting storms that might just as quickly kind of quiet down. It really does look like Mattoon's already gotten through that main line of heavy rain and probably strong winds. So next up is Charleston. If you're in the Charleston area, just be prepared for some of those strong winds. Also just in general across parts of northern Coles County, even into Douglas County as well. The Arcola-Tuscola area needs to watch out, as things are likely to become a little gusty here in the next several minutes. And we're keeping an eye on your comments as well, so you can let us know what you're seeing. Power just returned on the west side of Mattoon, so already getting some power back there in some other spots. Power just went out in Gibson City on Walnut. So a couple of different spots. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm noticing too. Even if it's not necessarily rotation driven, there are some strong winds up there in that storm that's over parts of Ford County right now. You just see some of those pinkish colors even into, far northwestern Champaign County, and around the Fisher, the Foosland area. That's where kind of a little small burst of really strong winds is pushing on through. And we mentioned how some of these storms could be capable of that 70-mile-an-hour wind range there with some of these gusts. Even though they're only warned for 60 at the moment, we'll just kind of have to watch pockets like this as they continue to look a little better on radar and watch how those move over time. I'm going to put this image in motion here just so we can see where that pocket of wind is heading. So that one's kind of maybe on its way to the Paxton area at some point, as that just moves to the northeast at about 50 or 55 miles an hour.
West of Pasodum.
West of Pasodum. So let's pop back on and look at that. And yep, that's that same little area we've been watching, although it looks like, on the north end of that line is where things are beginning to look a lot more interesting. So we might need to keep an eye out on things here in Champaign County. And if we could, either Jason or Kevin, if you got a camera that can look south there in Champaign, so that we can kind of keep an eye on that, and I'll keep an eye on that in the distance as well. So right here between Pasodum and Ivesdale on its way to kind of Sedoris and even Tolono here at some point, just an area of rotation. This is probably the best core of rotation that we've seen up to this point in time. And it's even, again, kind of got that little C shape where some of your winds are able to kind of rush in there. So we might be noticing some rotation there at some point in time. So we're going to keep an eye out for that. That looks like the most interesting feature here at the moment. Looks like things are becoming a little gustier in nature south of that, kind of around the Douglas County area up and down I-57. Looks like those winds are kind of bowing just a little bit. So not quite as concerned for any kind of rotation in that pocket anymore. Kind of watching maybe the Humboldt area for a little something going on there. But yeah, definitely have our eyes on that one in southern Champaign County between Pasodum and Ivesdale, just south of Sedoris. So
maybe some damage down near Strasburg.
Near Strasburg. I know that's where people said there were some power outages down that direction as well.
Shed damage down there.
So some shed damage in the Strasburg area as some heavy winds went through there not too long ago. And that's more or less what you're dealing with down that direction, as well as parts of Douglas County. That's where it looks like, tornado warning. Looks like we might need to unfortunately interrupt some basketball here on CBS. We've got a tornado warning now with that core right south of Sedoris. We're talking places like Tolono in the path of this, even Champaign, mainly on the south end of town. So we do officially have a tornado warning. We're going to kind of and there you can hear the alerts on the phone. So if you are anywhere in southern Champaign County, south of Interstate 74, get to your tornado safe spot right now, as we have reason to believe this storm could produce a tornado here in the next several minutes, according to the National Weather Service's warning. So this area of rotation right over Sedoris right now. If you are in Sedoris, you don't have a whole lot of time, get to your tornado safe spot. Tolono, parts of the south end of town, the Savoy area needs to get their tornado safe spot, as we have a fast-moving storm with motions of about, looks like, around 55 miles an hour. This storm is quickly moving, and we will need to take some shelter here in the next several minutes. We are working on hopping on CBS here and joining the basketball game to make sure that folks in the Champaign County area are going to stay safe from this storm. So we're going to kind of pause here for just a moment. We'll continue to keep an eye on this as we transition. Hello, folks. We are breaking in here with a live tornado warning. We've got some severe weather here in the Champaign area. Just within the last couple of minutes, we have a tornado warning issued for southern Champaign County, the rotation right over Sedoris right now. If you're in the Tolono area, if you're in the Savoy area, you need to get to your tornado safe spot right now, as a storm that is really kind of intensified in rotation here in the last couple of minutes, as this line is moving through now in southern Champaign County. So again, if you are anywhere along I-57 or along Highway 45 there, you need to be in your tornado safe spots right now, as this storm has some quick motion to it. It's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, and this is something that we really need to watch out for. I know lots of folks are, of course, watching some March Madness today. We're going to kind of join the basketball coverage. We'll keep your game going there on the side, but obviously a situation that people need to be aware of here, as we've got a major population area that's under a tornado warning. So I'm going to put this in motion here to kind of show you how this storm has evolved over the last several minutes. And you can see that rotation really tightened up the second it entered here into southwestern Champaign County. Again, this is very soon going to be into parts of Savoy and far southern Champaign, into the Willard Airport region as well, as we are watching that main area of rotation. Kind of looks like it's become a lot tighter there, just over a smaller portion of the area. And I don't know, I'm keeping an eye on some of the cameras as well. Do we have any sort of eyes? Is it a little too rainy to see what's going on in any cameras?
Can't see a ton here looking south, but we've got our cameras pointed that way.
Okay, there's plenty of clutter here with this storm as well. There's plenty of rain and even some showers out ahead of that actual area of rotation. But we're watching right about here. We'll put a little arrow up. Right in this general area, it even looks like that rotation's pretty rain-wrapped at the moment. So even if we did have a clean view right to it, probably can't see a whole lot going on in there right now. So some rain-wrapped circulation soon to enter kind of north of the Tolono area, down more so into the Savoy area. And we'll get our velocity picture back up as well to see where exactly that rotation is at. Again, just east of Sedoris right now, and this storm is definitely booking at 55-mile-an-hour storm motions. This one's going to move pretty quickly here. So if you are in Tolono, Savoy, get your tornado safe spot right now. Parts of Philo, maybe even eventually into the southeast side of the city of Champaign, even into Urbana. You need to be in your tornado safe spots, as this storm has some good rotation on it. Nothing confirmed just yet up to this moment in time, but we can't take any chances with that. You need to be in your safe spot in the event that this thing finally does put down a tornado at some point. So that is our biggest concern right now. And that's why we have joined you here in the middle of some Elite Eight action on CBS. Of course, very popular games going on here, but we want to make sure that the folks in our area are safe and making sure that they are aware of the situation that's happening right now. Lots of people talking about power outages right now. We've got even some sirens here in the Champaign-Urbana area. So we could, it sounds like we can even hear them outside right now. What I'll try to do, I'm going to look at a sky cam real quick, see if we can see anything. I know we just talked about the fact that those are pretty rain wrapped right now, but I want to see if I can get any sort of view on this, perhaps on the Memorial Stadium cameras. That's on the south end of town. So please just bear with me here while this camera tries to boot up. And I'll see if there's much going on. At the very least, we'll be able to see the intensity of the storm as it rolls in. So I'm going to go ahead and you want to go ahead and take a look?
I'll let you do that, and I'll come over.
Yeah, go ahead. So we're going to send things over to Kevin. He's going to keep an eye on things over on his weather computer while I kind of just keep an eye on the cameras and stuff. So if we can get it over to Kevin there, and Kevin, you can kind of take it away here and tell us what you are seeing. Actually, It looks like we're working on just a couple of things, perhaps with his audio, so we'll keep it here just for a second. Again, watching parts of southern Champaign County around Interstate 57, kind of moving into the Tolono area. Kevin, what are you seeing over there at the moment?
Yeah, exactly. We definitely have the rotation that is showing up on our storm that we are concerned about. Let's zoom in here, way down in here, right along I-57. And this is it. Just east of Sedoris, coming into the Tolono area, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. This is exactly where that rotation is showing up. If you are in Tolono, this storm is right on top of you. It is continuing to move to the north and to the east. And again, this is the rotation you're talking about right here. And we see the updated scan. It is coming through Tolono now. The winds are probably very strong coming into Tolono, moving to the north and east. And again, a dangerous situation that is happening here with this storm, just kind of south of the Willard Airport area, south of Savoy. But this is some really, really strong winds that are kind of coming through between Sedoris and Tolono, and some of that rotation right here. You definitely need to be in your tornado safe spot if you are down here. Again, we're watching the cameras here, and I just want to kind of talk about where to go, kind of some tornado safety stuff here. Worst place is going to be in the car, mobile home, under a highway overpass. You don't want to be there. Large open rooms near an outside wall or manufactured housing, that's bad. What you want to do is get to the lowest level, interior room, center part of your house. Bathroom, okay, is good, as long as it doesn't have any windows. And again, we're talking about down low. Get down in the lowest level, center part of your house is what we're looking at here for that potential of a tornado. That is has not been confirmed. It is radar indicated right now, but it is a very strong signature that is showing up here. If nothing else, there are easily 60, maybe some 70-mile-an-hour winds coming in here. This is continuing to move off here to the east. And so you've got Philo over here. We're going to be watching that area carefully. So we're starting to get some rain here at the station, but right now that rotation with that storm is pretty much between Savoy and Tolono right now. Really strong winds out there at this time, and we can see what it looks like here on our weather camera. We're going to kind of point things to the south. It's starting to get pretty rainy out there, heavy rainfall, and you can hear the thunder and the lightning. Yeah, there's the lightning shot there. So very strong storm coming through Champaign County right now. Tornado warning continues for southern Champaign County. Definitely seeing that rotation showing up. Concerned about the Tolono area, Tolono to Philo. We're going to say Savoy. We're going to say Sydney. All of you get into your tornado safe spot right now as these storms continue to move in. Seth, we're watching that area and that rotation. It's there. It's let up just a little bit, but I'd tell you there's some strong winds in that storm.
Yeah, I think more than anything, even if that rotation kind of fizzles out a little bit, we're going to be dealing with some pretty strong winds as the core of that storm moves on in. Tending to think that with some of that heavy rainfall, it's kind of making things a little too noisy in there. A lot of your updrafts stay stronger when there's rain-free bases. It looks like things are just getting awfully soaked there inside that area of rotation. That doesn't mean to let up on anything or to kind of not take warnings quite as seriously, because there is still enough evidence to see that going on. But when you start to see these kind of light pink colors, almost kind of a tan color popping up in there as well, that's when you're easily talking about 70-mile-an-hour gusts, if not a little greater than that, amongst all that mess that's going on in there. Also, just in general, for anyone else that may be experiencing some storm conditions across the area, pretty much all and down I-57 right now, from parts of Iroquois County all the way down into parts of Cumberland County. That spans quite a bit of real estate. We just kind of have general severe thunderstorm warnings. But of course, what's commanding our attention right now is that tornado-warned storm now making its way, and they've actually, looks like they've trimmed part of that warning as it has now passed through the southwestern part of the county. So they're kind of consolidating that. Still need to watch out places like Philo, potentially into the Sydney area if things continue to keep their shape and move that direction. So that's why we have joined the basketball games here on CBS right now. Of course, very important action going on there in March Madness, but we want to keep an eye on things and make sure that this storm calms itself down before we completely remove ourselves from the equation here. So we are watching as a pretty intense line of storms really just kind of pounds all of Champaign County here at the moment. And we're going to have another look at some of the insides of the storm here, or at least some insight from Kevin. Kevin, what you got going on over there?
Yeah, so again, folks, obviously apologize that we have to break into programming there for the basketball game, but we got it there on the side. Hopefully you can watch that. But there's definite concern here coming into southern Champaign County right now. We are looking south here, and really heavy rainfall. We're getting a lot of lightning here as well, as the tornadic potential is showing up here down towards the Tolono area. Again, getting close to Savoy as well. And so we're going to be watching the camera view here. This whole area, this whole line has severe thunderstorm warnings associated with it. But right here, now north and east of Tolono, that's where we've got some really, really strong winds. You can kind of see these colors right here. That's your 60+ mile an hour wind. So Philo, this is going to be heading in your direction here. You need to be in your tornado safe spot as well. Again, they trimmed it back just a little bit, but this is some really strong winds, and you're probably hearing it, feeling it there between Tolono and Philo. But even in Champaign, we are getting some really, really heavy rain. I'm hearing kind of the winds blowing pretty good out there. I'm going to see if I can't pull up our camera here. I'm going to pull up our Champaign camera. Just give me 1 second here, guys.
Just dropping here on the velocity.
Yeah.
It says 69 miles an hour is what we're feeling right now in some of those pink areas. So even despite where that rotation may be, it is just getting windy out there, almost just whistling here in the studio too.
Yeah, so there's our Neal Street. Oh, wow. There are people out running in that. Oh, wow. Look at that. Goodness, take shelter, get inside. You can see, look at the rain curtains here kind of coming through, really heavy rainfall, quite the storm. Tornado warning is in effect for Champaign. It is in effect for Philo, Sydney, Savoy. Okay, St. Joe, you're not quite in it, but this storm is heading in your direction. We did get a report of 55-mile-an-hour gusts and pea-sized hail in Tolono as that storm did come through. So that's the view that we're getting there from our camera. Here in Champaign, heavy rain, strong thunderstorm continues to move through, the potential for a tornado there as well. And we're watching our camera here. Again, this is the type of storm you're not going to see. You're not going to see a tornado. It is a tornado to be embedded within that rain. And so you're not going to see anything. It's not going to be the classic kind of funnel that you see. So you're not going to be visually able to see this thing at all. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now, and just kind of hang out. We'll give you the all clear when it's possible. But listen, here's the thing. It is storming really good in Tuscola right now. While you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning east of Charleston, that is a really decent storm there and heading towards Ashmore and Westfield. So we don't want to neglect you guys. And even Effingham is got quite the storm, and maybe some hail there coming through the Effingham area. Would not be surprised to see some of that. Again, right now, the biggest concern is with the potential for a tornado. I'm not seeing as strong of signs of rotation as we had a little bit earlier, but we're definitely seeing the winds within that. So Philo to Sydney, really strong winds, easily 60 miles an hour, maybe even a little bit of hail going to be showing up within that storm as well. Seth, you got a little bit of a path there?
Yeah, just kind of tracing things out for the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. We've got a number of towns in the path of this that kind of just need to watch out for stuff. Looking at the Heritage Junior High School, looks like that'll be there in the next 5 minutes. Parts of Homer as well within the next 5 minutes. That main core of the storm will be your direction. Fairmount has about 10 or 12 minutes or so to kind of prepare for that main line moving in. And again, even if this rotation doesn't actually drop anything down, there are some intense winds going down within this storm. And that was kind of the concern as these things ran into some more unstable air, was that they were going to really gather some steam here in a hurry and really start to surge off to the east. And I'll pop back on my velocity image here on Max 2, and we can see just all sorts of pinks and tans just scattered up and down this line. And that is where you're seeing gusts easily near 70 miles an hour, if not maybe just a little bit higher in some of those pockets as well. So we're watching how that is playing out. I'm going to even put this velocity on a loop here, and you can just kind of see how it went from tighter rotation now to just some broad winds, but still watching that main source of rotation just northwest of Sydney and south of St. Joseph in the I-74 region. So sounds like things are starting to calm down just a little bit outside here right at the studio. So these storms move through in a hurry. They're not going to last forever where you are, but they are packing some sort of punch here, not just in the Champaign County area, but just all up and down I-57. We just see warnings pretty much encompassing our far southern counties, even our far northern counties, from Iroquois all the way down to Effingham is where the strong 60 to 70 mile winds are right now. And we tend to think as these storms become as linear as we're watching them, that strong wind threat will continue to be the main driver of this severe weather here as we move forward in time. So still a tornado warning in effect here in parts of Champaign County. That includes parts of actual Champaign City, although the rotation is going to be off to your south and east. So watching maybe the St. Joe and Homer area. Again, there's some big time basketball happening here on CBS, but we're going to see this thing through to its end to make sure that everyone is looked out after there and taken care of. And we are your eyes on the storm as it is about 1:42 right now, and watching as things really pick up here, kind of all up and down the I-57 area. You got some, Kevin?
Well, I would say that that storm down near Effingham is definitely starting to take on a little bit of a shape down that way, down in your neck of the woods. As a matter of fact, if you want to take a look at that little area down there, trying to get a little bit of maybe a little bit of a hook trying to form there.
Yeah,
south of Effingham to Watson.
Yeah, that's right. Something going on down that direction as we start to see some of those greens and reds come together just a little bit more. And that's actually kind of the area we're watching more so for tornado formation than the north part of the area. So just a little bits of a, I don't want to say surprise, but we knew there would be some embedded circulations there in those strong winds. But we kind of thought the southern end of the storm, the part of the storm that doesn't have as much competition for that unstable air, kind of around the I-70 area. That's where we kind of had the picture for where some better setups for potential tornadoes are going to be. But still, just a severe thunderstorm warning down there in the Effingham County area. That one currently warned for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail as well. Checking back in on our main storm in Champaign County. Kind of hard to tell if there's a ton of rotation going on there. I'm going to turn on the storm relative velocity. And it just looks a little noisy here right now. We'll see if they will kind of continue things on that warning or not, but looks a little more flat as it did earlier, a little flatter than it did earlier, but still very strong winds within that pocket right now. And looking at that tornado warning, I believe it is set to expire here before too terribly long as that rotation really outruns. It's still got another 15 minutes on it, so we'll watch and see how they decide that. But that is the storm that caused us to hop on and join CBS here, and we are continuing to monitor it and see what all happens there. But just looking at all these tan colors, Kevin.
A lot of wind.
That's when you know you got some serious wind.
A lot of wind is there. And I think we got Adam. Adam, you got the Effingham camera that's pulled up there. we're watching that, and you can see the rain starting to come down there, and that's an area that we're watching.
It's pretty hard too at times, and it looked like I could see a little bit of hail mixed in as well. But now, as I keep looking at this image, and it's kind of changing, not rapidly, but it has changed over time. A little bit more clearing out there, as Seth mentioned a little bit ago. The clear air area out there, that's kind of something we have to watch out for when you start to get those areas that have a little bit more of that instability. And that's why we're kind of watching the Effingham area south and east, closer towards Dietrich there in Effingham County. I think that's the area to watch for next after we get done with this tornado warning up in Champaign County too. So I don't think we're quite done yet. Thank you for turning that camera. Looking around, yeah, you can definitely see that the heavier rain's kind of taking a break, but yeah, you got some clear air out there. And as a meteorologist, when you see clear air on days like today, that's not necessarily a good thing. You keep turning it, and you can still see how dark it is out there too. So something to keep an eye out for down in Effingham County. I know we don't have a tornado warning just yet, but again, we're going to keep an eye on that because it's starting to take some similar shapes to what we would find for a storm that would kind of indicate a tornado warning. So we're going to keep an eye on that storm down there and keep an eye up back in Champaign County too as well. We know we got basketball on right now, but as you can see, we've got picture-in-picture. That really does help a lot here while you're watching the game, but also getting your severe weather coverage too. So yeah, it looks a little bit calmer here in Champaign. That's kind of the good news. That camera was really hard to see, and with our Champaign cameras, the one here at the studio and the one in our Memorial Stadium, pretty shaky at times, and those are usually our more stable cameras too. So proof that those winds were pretty strong. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Adam. A couple of things to note here within the last couple of minutes. A new severe thunderstorm warning, a very large one, covers all of Vermilion County and the northern part of Edgar County. And notice kind of the reddish outline there on that warning box. That is a tornado possible tag, so they're likely just continuing those warnings to the east of that line to account for any further potential circulations popping up there in that. Also, something that caught my eye just not long ago, southeastern Coles County. Looks like there's some nice cores popping up there on some of those storms as well. I think there might be a little bit of, I don't know if contamination is the right word in the velocity, but it looks like there might be something starting to look a little interesting there on that storm. So keeping an eye out for that, as that too has some open air out in front of it that it can continue to kind of use the instability to further generate it and strengthen it. So keeping an eye on that particular part of this long line of storms that, as I mentioned earlier, it's all the way to the northern extreme of our area. It's all the way to the southern extreme of our area. Warnings all the way up in Iroquois County, warnings all the way down into Effingham County as well. So plenty of action to keep track of. And this line does have some pretty impressive giddy up to it. It's not even 2 o'clock yet, and this thing's about to move east of I-57. And we don't want to necessarily say you're all clear once this storm passes I-57 because there's still lots of continuous building happening there on the south end of that line as well. So we will kind of continue to watch and see how things evolve over time. Tend to think that this main line is going to give us the most widespread chance for that severe weather, including, of course, that tornado warning. And it looks like the main storm has actually kind of passed out of that warning box. So again, we'll kind of await the decision of the National Weather Service to see if they're going to let that one go early, if they're going to continue to play things out a little farther to the east. Once again, we'll look at our velocity picture here. And again, there's still some potential there with that line of winds, as we can kind of just see some areas there where maybe a rotation is possible to spark back up again. And of course, that's why you have a tornado possible tag farther off there to the east as well. And again, keep an eye on those storms even down to the south. And it looks like Chief Meteorologist Kevin Lighty has a look at something as well. Kevin,
yeah,
got over there.
We got. I got a report that semi was actually flipped over on I-57 south of Arcola. Between Arcola, the Humboldt area, that there is a semi flipped over there along I-57 at the 205 mile marker. So that's when this line of storms came through the area. So that just coming into us here right now. So again, we're watching these storms carefully. The severe weather threat is definitely out here with our storm coming into Ashmore right now. This is some really, really strong winds. Kansas now going to be heading into the Edgar County area as well. This whole thing is almost kind of bowing. And whenever you get kind of a bowing segment here, that is an indication that you're going to have some really strong winds coming within the storm. And that's exactly kind of what we're seeing. So let's go ahead and we'll pan this a little bit more to the north. And again, coming into the Homer area, Ogden, this is really strong winds as well. It does look like they did drop the tornado warning. So the tornado warning is no longer in effect. So here's what we're going to do, folks. And so it's our policy to be on, and just confirmation, no tornado warnings in effect right now. So what we'll do here is we're going to hang with you here on TV just for a little bit. And we're going to actually go back to the game, but I want to stress to people that we are still streaming online. Okay, you can go to WCIA.com. You can go on the weather app, the news app. You can go on our Facebook page. We are streaming there. So while we are going to send things back to the game, and we'll just stay with you while it's in the commercial break anyways, but what we're going to do is we're going to continue tracking this line. And I wouldn't be surprised if we have to pop back in again for the potential of another tornado warning. But we are going to here, and once I see the game come back up, we'll take that back full and let you guys enjoy the game there. But we got a lot of people that are not probably enjoying the game because they've got a big storm that's coming through here. And this is really strong here now heading into Vermilion County. The Danville camera probably has a really good view of this thing coming in. So if we can pull up maybe the Danville camera and look to the west there, I bet there's a pretty good indicator of some really strong winds there as that storm is going to be kind of coming in to Vermilion County. So this whole area, severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect. Again, I encourage you guys to jump on with us on our live stream. We're going to be on the app. We're going to be on all of the social media pages. That's when we will continue things. But that's kind of what we're tracking here right now. If you are in Vermilion County, if you're in Edgar County right now, obviously really, really strong storm that continues to move through. And we'll just kind of pan this up to the north as well, heading through Ford, right along I-57 into Iroquois County. These storms here also have severe thunderstorm warnings with them. You can see a little bit of a cell there north of Bismarck, but this strong storm now from Penfield down to St. Joe, Broadlands, Newman, coming into Edgar and Vermilion counties. Okay, guys, since there are no tornado warnings in effect, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings because there are no tornado warnings. We will send things back to the game for now. Jump on our social media platforms there, on our apps. We'll continue streaming there, and we'll jump back in if another tornado warning gets issued. For now, enjoy the game, and we're tracking things online, so join us there.
Okay, I believe we are back up and going here on the stream. With how hectic things get a little bit there with having to jump on CBS, I do apologize. The stream was a little messy there for a second. We did have the game also on there, so it was a little harder to see, but now we're back to full screen here on the stream, and we will continue to provide this coverage to you as severe weather certainly continuing on here, even if there are no longer any tornado warnings out there. But of course, with the level of concern there that we had for a little bit, especially in the Champaign area, our main viewing area, did have to cut in there for just a little bit of time to make sure that we were good to go there and making sure that our folks here in the Champaign County area were staying safe despite it being a Sunday afternoon. Sure, lots of folks want to be out doing stuff or just at home again watching the game. There is plenty to look out for here as these storms continue on. As Kevin mentioned at the tail end of our appearance on TV there, let's pop up that Danville cam. Nothing happening yet, but you can see kind of the leading edge of stuff getting ready to move on in there before too terribly long. So heads up into the Vermilion County area as things are likely to get very windy here over the next several minutes. So keep an eye on that camera. And as I'm sure you've heard us mention a number of times here over the last hour or so, there are storms up and down I-57 right now, pretty much covering most of the area north to south there. There's a little bit of cushion up there in the far northern counties, but there is lots happening, lots to keep track of here. Not an incredibly neat line of storms. They are organized, they are mature, but there's just a lot of noise going on in some of these that makes it a little difficult to keep track of several things at once. But keep an eye on a few areas of rotation right now. Watching in particular out there across the northeastern part of, I believe that's Clark County, kind of in the Westfield area. There's just a little bit of a band of rotation that direction that we are monitoring. Keeping an eye on this little feature there, east of Broadlands, close to Saddell there. Kind of watching how that one has evolved. Again, that one's looked a little kind of funky on velocity at times. Sometimes there's a little bit of a trick being played with the way that velocity picture looks, but just kind of watching that as that's another area of interest here right now. Just general strong winds dotted up and down the area here into much of central Illinois. So those pockets where there's those tans, those pinks, That's really where you're starting to get the strong winds that you may have seen earlier on the Champaign camera. It was rocking here in Champaign not too long ago, and just on you saw the studio cam, you saw the stadium camera there as well, and just even here in the studio, it was just whistling through the walls here. You can kind of hear it even into parts of the ceiling here in the studio. But that has moved off to the east into Vermilion County, soon on its way into Danville, Bismarck, potentially Georgetown there as well on the southern end of that. But Fairmount, if you're out in Fairmount, Oakwood, and the Colliston area, that is where that's core of very strong winds is about to punch through. Again, those tan colors are going to be close to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So we are watching those as that is getting ready to pick up there into parts of Vermilion County. And also keeping a close eye on the southern stuff because, again, there's lots of uninterrupted air down that way. That's where some of the storms can kind of mature a little bit and kind of potentially even see some areas of rotation as well. I'm going to back up and reset things. Here's a look at our radar picture across the area. Got lots of folks asking about particular cities that we're watching out for, if any particular part of the area is safe from the storms yet, or if it's all clear for any of them. I don't want to say anything just yet. I tend to think that the I-55 region to the west, so like Springfield, for example, the Lincoln area, Petersburg, Jacksonville, Beardstown out that direction, that's where your more stable area is. Not quite as worried that way. I don't want to necessarily say all clear if you're just west of the line just yet, because there could be some of that further redevelopment there as these storms continue to push off to the east. So we'll continue to track that stuff there and watch how these evolve over time. Also, some action down there around the St. Louis area. We've got some cells popping up that way. That's why we don't want to officially say any one, especially down to the south, is done yet, because we have to see how that plays out with time here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pop back on the Danville camera and see if, I can see that's a line getting awfully close, and you can even see pretty defined leading edge there. It is going to get windy there in Danville over the next couple minutes, even seeing some people walking out there on the sidewalk. So hopefully they find their way inside soon, because you do not want to be outside in this mess right now, as it is about to pick up there again, 65, maybe 70 mile-an-hour winds.
And I don't know if you've been talking about some of the damage reports coming in, but looks like 70-mile-an-hour winds came through Sydney. Some structural damage.
Yeah, let's
from high winds along with power outages. So this storm pretty much tracked, and also Willard had a 65-mile-per-hour gust. So 65 that came through Willard, and 63, or I'm sorry, 68. It was a 68-mile-an-hour gust at Willard.
There you go. Yep, 68 miles an hour. That was at 135
there at Willard. 63 happened at in Champaign as well, and that was the storm that's bringing the really strong winds coming through Royal and Fithian right now. But there's that damage. If you click on it, the one over east of Philo there, that Sydney one is going to talk about damage to high winds along with power outages there.
There you go, 70
mile per hour wind gusts that came through. So sounds like we got some damage down that way. Possibly a report of a building collapse north of Tolono, and a lot of crashes on area interstates as well. So big storm that has rolled through and brought some really strong winds. Again, the question is, was it a tornado? Well, they'll have to go back and survey that, and they'll take a look at it and see. But looks like we've got a path of damage there between Tolono, Philo, and the Sydney area, and that same storm is continuing to move through. We're getting reports of accidents along I-74 as well. Several of those coming in. So again, really strong winds. This whole storm that's now coming into the Danville area, you need to be watching things carefully, because this thing has a history of producing some really strong winds, and obviously some damage with these storms as well. And you can really see on the weather camera there in Danville, there's that leading edge there, that shelf cloud. You're going to get some really strong winds that kick up right along that leading edge there, and that is going to come right through Danville. Coming into the Henning area, it'll come through Bismarck. I mean, the winds are super strong all right now. Royal, Fithian, Oakwood, Fairmount, Catlin, you're in the next minute. Westville coming as well. That whole area there has got super strong winds within it, and that is where we could have some damage that will occur. And we're seeing that. So basically, you see these kind of brighter colors that we're looking at. And so basically that kind of tannish color, those are your super strong winds. And if we just kind of, look at that from a standpoint of what the radar is kind of showing there, again, you're looking at 60, 65 mile an hour winds. That has been what the history has been with these storms. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for parts of Champaign, Douglas, Edgar, and Vermilion County. That goes until 2:15 p.m. They may extend that there, but definitely concerned with our storm now heading into parts of Vermilion County. Let's see here. Big time winds rolling through. If there are, you guys be checking social media and whatnot for pictures and whatnot. If anybody's sent anything in, we'll be sure to try to get that on the air. But right now, the biggest concern, obviously, with the storms rolling into Vermilion County, eastern Champaign County right now, that whole area seeing, I mean, that's such a large area of strong winds. Now, even up near Onarga and Buckley, Paxton seeing that. But this wind field, which stretches, 30 miles here, showing the potential to produce some significant damage there. We're already getting some of those reports as well. But the concern is continuing for parts of Vermilion County here today. That's quite the storm there in Vermilion County right now, Seth.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this was relayed either and all that, but I saw Jacob has a report of a building collapse north of Tolono from a couple of different sources and says multiple crashes in the county on the interstates as well. That's the really unfortunate part about this, is that this storm was all up and down I-57, and on a Sunday, I'm sure there's some folks traveling around there, so hopefully they were able to heed the warnings and kind of stay away from that. One thing I do want to mention briefly here, and maybe someone over there on the side can work on that, some power outages. Looks like Coles County has about close to 3,500 without power where those strong winds are, so curious to see some of those other places. Looks like Moultrie County's got 100 or so. Shelby County is up to about 1,200 or so. So a number of power outages, and that number is likely to climb here as these strong winds will continue into parts of the eastern half of the area. Really just the far eastern counties here at the moment is where all that activity is taking place. Looks like, again, this whole thing is warned right now. Even this area here where you kind of see the black looking outline on the box, that is where your 70 plus mile an hour wind gusts are being spotted right now. And it sounds like Amanda said that we're sending someone out there to that building collapse in Tolono. So hopefully we can get a few pictures of that to see what happened out that direction as well.
Just real quick, guys, I've actually, since we've got some reports there, some wires down also in Tolono, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's some power outages out there. And probably did get some of the brunt of the windier conditions out there too. Pulse points have actually been going off sometimes with the traffic alerts too out there towards St. Joe. So I wonder if that's weather related or not. Can't really tell. But we had those storms come through, and then we had immediately shortly after those pulse points come through. Again, now we're watching kind of the radar. You can see now these storms out towards Indiana. If you're in Petersburg, Highland, Rockville area, seeing more of those storms starting to get closer and closer to you. We're watching the Danville camera as well, and you can't see it right now, but those storms, the rain starting to rapidly move into the region. So we're keeping an eye on this. And I will say this is a pretty speedy line. So those who are traveling on 74, on 57, Taylor Mitchell, morning anchor, she's actually driving back down on 57, said they had to pull over because it's just too much rainfall. So again, we've had our few reports come in. Our morning producer, Madison, did say that there were some branches there in town in Savoy, just some small branches there from the gusty winds. So again, it's been pretty busy already here. The winds have really made an impact.
Yeah, thanks for that report there, Adam. Of course, watching as those storms surge on in. I'm getting a lot of chatter here in just our stream chat about what places need to continue to watch for stuff here as these storms move on through. And what I'll do real quick, I'm going to put up a future track, and we're just going to take a look at some of the most recent guidance, and we'll kind of have a look at that because it has been a minute since we ourselves have looked at that as well. So I want to keep an eye on that. This main line was always the biggest concern. There was always a chance for some stuff to form to the south and possibly to the west of that. I mentioned those cells in the St. Louis area earlier. That's potentially what's at the bottom of your screen there. That could possibly be some further development there later on. It looks to stay pretty far to the southeast, might continue to impact our I-70 counties. But I tend to think that this line is going to be the main event. There could be a few scattered storms here and there that will continue on through the night. But storms this big, when they make this much noise, they take out a lot of energy from the environment. So it's just really hard for things to recover there once those move on through. So if you have seen storms move on through, more likely than not, that's probably the worst that you're going to see. I don't want to say that for everyone because we'll have to watch those little cells that could pop up to the south. But a lot of us probably have been through the worst of it if you have already been impacted there by some of those storms. So we'll keep watching out for that. But my level of concern for those to the west of this main line is not very high. The only other place I'm kind of watching is this little extra development down in St. Louis. What's eventually going to happen later tonight is this whole complex of storms, even though they're kind of separated right now, it's going to really kind of just mesh together into one big line and continue just to plunge to the east. And that'll be a problem for our friends over there in Indiana and into parts of Kentucky as well later on this afternoon into this evening. So we'll kind of have to watch that, see if that is able to kind of bridge together, so to speak, these clusters of storms, as they're kind of in two different little bunches here right now. But we'll see how that happens. So I-70 region, definitely want to keep an eye out for things. But if you're seeing storms pass through right now, again, that's probably the worst that you're going to see, but we'll continue to keep our eyes peeled for that. Let's go over to Danville. And we've got the camera kind of rocking around. This one, I don't see this camera move hardly ever. I know this one's put in place pretty good, but even it is starting to shake now as the strongest winds are ready to just power through there in the Danville area, just all across Vermilion County. Really doesn't seem like there's a spot that's dodging the wind at the moment.
I will say this, the Illinois State Police Troop 7, multiple crashes on I-57 and I-74 in Champaign County. I-57 southbound is shut down at the milepost 229 due to a crash. Tow trucks are en route to remove vehicles. So at the 229 there along I-57, that's exactly where we had those winds come through. But sounds like there are several accidents that have occurred as a result of the winds.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way that today's setup was. We had nocturnal storms not too long ago. People definitely hate when those come through, but there's kind of multiple things that play whenever a certain storm mode or a certain time of day approaches. Obviously, in the nighttime, it's harder to see things. You don't have as many eyes on what's going on. But during the day, especially a Sunday, people are out and about. They're traveling. So when a storm is able to move over a big interstate like that, problems like that are a lot more abundant just because of the extra traffic there, considering the time of day and what day we're in. And checking out Danville right now, things are really starting to pick up as that line is heading on through town. I'm going to pop back up the radar picture here and we'll see what's going on. It's been a minute since we've kind of shown you that. But yeah, all of Vermilion County getting in on the action. That is probably where the strongest winds in the area are. Watching down here to the southeast, looks like some of those storms had better cores on them at one point, but still interesting little feature down this way in the southern part of the area, kind of at the tri-county spot between Effingham, Jasper, and Cumberland counties, as you just got to watch for those southern tails sometimes to see what they are potentially capable of, and if they can kind of free themselves from the parent storm and do a little more. Let's see, out here in the Vermilion County area, just kind of watching how the velocity picture is looking there. Again, looks like things are really starting to gust pretty hard there. It's kind of a general area of contrasting winds. We're right between the Lincoln radar and the Indianapolis radar here. So depending on where I'm at on the screen, that's why you see those colors kind of trade places there for a moment. But the same kind of message there, regardless of which side those colors are on. And even watching down here into, I believe that's Clark County. Yes, just some kind of bright colors there. I'm going to pop on the hail size graphic and see if we're picking up anything. And it looks like we are. Edgar County, just west of Paris. Looks like they had a decent little hail core right over Mays there. This one, just a little over a ½ inch in size. So that's what radar is picking up. Doesn't necessarily mean that's the absolute maximum size, but when we start to pick up some of those brighter colors, that's where you know there's some larger hailstones in there. So keeping an eye out for that, along with all the wind gusts too. Popping back on the velocity picture. And yeah, those tan colors indicate some pretty strong winds, but of course, not necessarily becoming more intense. We're just moving farther away from the radar. Those upper level winds tend to be a lot stronger than the lower level winds. So it's not necessarily 70-mile-an-hour winds at the surface there in Vermilion County, but when there's strong upper level winds, that usually equates to pretty strong lower level and surface winds too. So it's probably a pretty breezy out that direction here at the moment as that heads on into the Indianapolis radar coverage area. And same kind of story there. Bright greens as opposed to bright reds. That's just according to what direction it's moving compared to what radar you are looking at. So keeping an eye on that. Popping back up our radar picture here. Let's see. I don't think we have great views on any other sky cam other than maybe Danville's right now. Maybe if I find a way to point the Charleston camera east, I can see stuff on its way out, but no city is really able to see an incoming storm on those sky cams other than Danville right now. So we'll kind of just nudge things around a little bit and look across the area. And while I do that too, I'm going to pop up the storm reports and see as those kind of populate in, see if we've got any more of those to jump in here in the last several minutes. It looks like a lot of those still concentrated in the Champaign County area. We touched up on those earlier. Let's check out this one near Rossville. Let's see what's happened that direction. Looks like a wind gust report of 70 miles an hour. That was just 3 minutes ago. So there are still very strong winds at the surface, and that's why it is still urgent to get inside, seek some shelter, because it doesn't take a tornado sometimes for things to get pretty crazy, especially with wind gusts that strong. And I understand we've got some damage pictures that we can share here. Is that right, Kevin?
Yeah, so this is I-74. This is by St. Joe. You can see the semi there that is flipped over. I-74 westbound near St. Joe. You can see it right there blocking all lanes of traffic there. So again, semi there as the winds came through. That from Matt Phillips, again, near St. Joe. And that's the wind that is currently pushing through Vermilion and Edgar counties right now. Strong winds. Potomac, the Henning area, really strong winds up there. I think near Collison and heading towards Henning, Alvin, and the Bismarck area as well. So these storms have a ton of wind on them, and that's one of our pictures here. And I've got a few more coming, so I'll send it back over to Seth for now, and I'll get those other ones going.
Okay, appreciate it, Kevin. Of course, if anyone has reports to share in the chat, anything that they have heard through a pretty good source or that you've seen with your own eyes, of course, we would appreciate that as well, because, again, we don't have eyes everywhere, and we rely on you guys a lot of the time to give us some reports of stuff that we may not have necessarily seen. So seeing a lot of power outage reports. That's kind of a general concern across the area. Doesn't look like any other. And now we've got a tag on that one Vermilion County storm. Is that 80 plus? Is that what that pink is? I believe that's what that tag is after. So we've got
people's cell phones and sirens might go off for that.
Might even have outdoor warning signals too, depending on what the code is there for certain counties or towns. But yeah, 80 plus mile-an-hour gusts possible within this pocket of storms right now. So buckle up there on the far eastern side of Vermilion County. And if we have some viewers into parts of our Indiana counties too, looks like the Indiana Vermilion County and Warren County soon to get hit by that line of strong winds as well. So be prepared if you are one of our Indiana viewers out that direction. Things are going to get pretty intense out that way too. Out in Indiana, they've got a pretty decent risk of severe storms through the day today as well. So let's get some of those city names off the board there. Again, that's a warning that you're seeing with the pinkish outline. That is now a destructive warned storm. That means 80 plus mile-an-hour wind gusts in this case. So you are likely hearing those emergency alerts sounding off on your phone right now. So pretty big situation to watch for there. A lot of people think that tornado warnings, sometimes the only things that set off those sirens or that can cause big time damage, but 80 mile-an-hour winds, you're talking about some pretty strong gusts across the area. So that is definitely something to contend with there. And it looks like the main line has kind of passed through Danville, or at least the part of town that our camera captures there. So a little calmer on that end of things now, as most of this is finally starting to make its way to the Illinois-Indiana line. So hopefully it gets out of our hair here after a little bit of time.
Rossville, 70-mile-an-hour gust.
Yeah, saw that on the storm report just a moment ago with that 70-plus gust. And again, kind of in a little bit of a radar tug of war ground here between the Lincoln and the Indy radar. If you see the colors flip like that, that doesn't mean anything other than the direction the winds are moving. Green means it's going towards the radar, so that means it's moving towards the Indianapolis radar. Red means moving away, and that means moving away from the Lincoln radar. So if it flips like that, that's all that means. Not too much difference there. The one thing that stays consistent is the bright colors. That is where the strongest winds are moving through right now, and I'd be really curious to see. I'm going to check here right now, actually, what the outage numbers look like now that more of these windy storms have moved on through. I'm just going to kind of verbally read these out loud here. Champaign County has close to 4,200 power outages, so quite a few out in Champaign County. Coles County, upwards of 3,600. In Moultrie, we've got a little over 125. Shelby still with 1,200 plus without power right now. So those winds, that's exactly what they'll do. They will cause some pretty widespread power pole damage, knock out some electricity, probably snap quite a few large tree limbs as well. So even though you get more of a punch in tornadic storms, it's over a small area. These widespread winds just happen over such a big amount of real estate that it really does impact a lot more people when stuff like that happens. But a little bit of contamination there in the radar. That purple doesn't really mean anything. That's just the edge of the radar zone. Very strong winds is what you need to know out of those tan colors as they push off to the east, eventually getting into the Indiana area, although most of the strongest gusts still here on the Illinois side of things. Still getting some of your reports. Lots of people, even got someone dropping the score of the game in there right now. Very good. Looking at some other action here too. Lots of power outages, sirens going off in Hoopston. And some people even sounds like maybe getting some power back as that initial line dove on through. It is about 2:16 p.m. here in central Illinois, and that main line has gotten through pretty well here at the moment, and that should kind of keep things a little quiet in the short term. But again, more activity potentially lurking in southern Illinois around the St. Louis area, and looks like a lot of cellular storms out of that too. So glad that we're not included in that. But if you know someone that's kind of out there, the Nashville area, out there towards Centralia as well, parts of Fayetteville. Just got to keep an eye on stuff down there. Not any urgent threat to us just yet, but obviously those storms moving to the north and east, so got to kind of potentially watch for some of our southeastern counties there at some point. If those storms kind of hold together, we will see how that is able to play out over time. And just scanning some sources here, seeing if we've got any extra reports to relay along. And we will gladly pass those along. Looks like we've got some new report of thunderstorm wind damage in the Tolono area. Let's check out what that was.
And we've got a crew down there at Tolono.
That's right. That's that one from earlier.
The emergency manager for Champaign County also has confirmed that that building collapse in Tolono.
So yeah, that's where that rotation was earlier. No word, of course, on whether or not we actually saw a tornado touchdown at any point, and we likely won't know that until we can, of course, get out there and look at things. But at the very least, very strong winds powered through Champaign County and clearly caused some damage there in Tolono and likely some other spots as well. But that was kind of our lone tornado warned storm so far this afternoon. Might not be the last, but I think with that initial line, that is where we have really seen things move on through. So keeping an eye on that. I'm also going to just pull up, just for some explainer here, our dew points map, and we'll see how that's evolved with time here to see where that moisture is. And we're seeing a lot more blue and green. Those dew points were at about 63 or 64 earlier. Those have since dropped. So that means not quite as unstable air now on the west side of these storms, as it is taking a little bit of a bite out of the atmosphere, drop the temperatures, and lower the moisture as well. So that's why we're seeing those storms continue to push to the east, and not a whole lot building up behind it there for now. And looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look. That one looks like it's in Clark County, so we'll keep an eye down that way. Most of these storms have been warned up and down pretty good, so we might just, it looks like that one's just a a downstream warning there to make sure the folks in Clark County are aware that there's a severe thunderstorm warning, or that there's a severe thunderstorm rather heading in that direction. That one just for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Okay, going to comb through the comments here, see if we have anything going on for folks. And again, lots of people asking, are they in the all clear? I want to say many of us, I'll say kind of I-72 and to the north. If you've seen a storm already, there's not a whole lot of concern that something else is going to happen the rest of the day. We'll kind of just watch for some of these storms that might pop up on the west. And you kind of see like something here in eastern McLean County. There's a little bit of a storm going on. Doesn't really have the environment to keep itself going. So I want to say a lot of you are likely in a much better place. I-70, though, definitely want to stay on high alert for anything that is bubbling down there in the St. Louis area. That's a spot to continue to monitor. But again, around I-72 and places to the north. So, for example, a Springfield, a Decatur, a Clinton, Champaign, lots of those places likely have seen the worst of the action and are going to see that environment become a lot more stable. So we are going to say that those places don't quite have the same potential later on in the day. If something does pop up, it doesn't look like it would be that impactful, as that main line, again, has taken a lot of energy out of the atmosphere. And now these storms officially pushing over into Indiana here, at least that main surging line is. So again, our Indiana viewers out there, parts of Warren, Fountain, and Vermilion County, Indiana, are seeing those strong winds pick on up as well, even into the Petersburg region, Kevin. So
all right, look out, Mom and Dad.
That's right.
It's coming.
Some old-fashioned 70 to 80-mile-an-hour gusts. So, of course, stay safe that direction as those storms exit our area, but enter, obviously, the area of others as well. So if you've got anyone out that direction, let them know stuff is on the way, and that they probably want to be seeking some shelter right now with those strong winds. And right now, it looks like things are finally starting to quiet down. Again, a lot of that main core has exited off into Indiana. There's kind of a little bit of stuff going on down here in parts of Cumberland, Coles, far southeast Coles, I should say, and Clark County. So we will keep an eye out for that and see how that progresses with time. But maybe hitting a little of a lull period here in just a handful of minutes. So we'll kind of watch and see this line, how it continues to evolve over time. I'm going to take a quick peek at the tornado watch map. And as I suspected, no one has been removed from that just yet. And what's likely happening is with these being issued all the way up to 7 p.m., they're probably going to give it a little time just to see if there's any further redevelopment. Again, that's kind of why I say we just need to watch out for a little bit longer here to see if anything builds on the west side of that. Not too terribly concerned, but as long as the official watches stay out there, we kind of just need to watch out for things, see what happens. But I wouldn't be too shocked if here before too long we maybe knock off a couple of counties here and there, particularly on the western half of the area. Not necessarily the southern part of the area, but kind of those western counties. So nothing officially has been dropped off just yet. One thing I will mention, though, we talked about the tornado risk. We obviously saw a 4 out of 10, at least come close to playing out at the very least in Champaign County. Better chance for tornadoes continues to stay down there around I-70 and to the south, where those St. Louis storms are bubbling up right now. Just got to kind of watch the trajectory on those, because that is where your more favorable environment is for some of those tornadic storms. So that's always kind of been the higher risk area for those tornadoes. We kind of pushed the message here the last few days. It's going to be the wind, potentially the hail as well. Tornadoes possible, like we saw earlier, but not quite the main driver here in this particular set of storms.
85-mile-an-hour gust.
Yeesh, 85. That
Hoopston.
is, I don't know if you know the numbers off the top of your head, but is that roughly, what's that, EF1 tornado caliber winds?
Oh, that's EF1, 65 to 90, I believe.
So that's a pretty serious wind. And again, that's over a more widespread stretch of land. So you get those tornadoes that pack a punch in a small spot, but
That's why it's more wide now.
yeah, these winds can do, the same caliber of damage to a lot more folks as well. So that's why these events kind of sneak up on people sometimes, because they watch out for the tornado risk. That's oftentimes what grabs people's attention with severe weather, and rightfully so. Tornadoes are very impactful, and they are sometimes very scary storms as well. But these wind events, like we saw with the derecho a couple of years ago, those are the kind of storms that really send some widespread damage to the area. We've got a lot of people that remember that as well. So continuing to kind of comb the chats and looking at some other things for any sort of potential reports. I'll also put on our...
Seth, you were mentioning that folks are out and about right now here, and I have been talking to people before on the road. We talked to Mitchell over there, our morning anchor. She's been driving on 57, said the rain was really bad. They had to pull over at one point. And then talking to my aunt and uncle who were in town a little bit ago, they got out well before the storm started knocking on the door here in Champaign, but they are far enough into Indiana that they can see behind them and saying, hey, they're going to keep pushing forward here and staying away from it. So that's the good news. They got out. And Mom is visiting a family member today. She had to take shelter here during that 2021. So I've been kind of texting, making everybody sure that everybody knows, hey, get your safe space. Hey, where you at? Hey, got any storm pictures? So it's been kind of busy. Oh, a new tornado warning, it looks like.
Yeah, looks like that's in our
Indiana County.
Yep, that's our Indiana viewing area. That does include Petersburg right now. So we've got some pretty populated areas that now have a tornado warning. Let's flip on our velocity. It'll be a little difficult to see. I think the Indy radar is going to give us a pretty clean shot. And this is kind of what we saw earlier. Almost that little C shape that is starting to form that's letting some of that rotation happen. So right south, or maybe even right on top of Perrysville right now, places in the path of this include Petersburg, of course, Stone Bluff, even as far north as parts of Shawnee as well. So watching for that. Any Indiana viewers, you've got yourself a tornado warning right now. And if I'm not mistaken, these storms are still moving fairly fast. That one has motion of 45 miles an hour now, so a little slower than what we saw earlier. But those storms are going to be moving rather quickly. And again, right here is where your rotation is, just kind of out here into the Perrysville area as we are watching that couplet kind of come to form there. So again, if you are downstream of this, Covington, Petersburg, you need to get to your safe spots as well, because you've got yourself a tornado warning that's now been issued across the across our far eastern counties there, our farthest east viewers, and even that destructive tag continues into other parts of Indiana as well. It looks like potentially the Purdue campus may be getting in on some of that action as well as those storms move out that direction. So now more of a Indiana problem, but of course we have viewers out that direction, so we want to make sure that they are getting the information they need at this time too. But just even outside of that area of rotation, there's just strong winds all over the place here with some of these storms. So we are keeping an eye out for that and monitoring what's going on there, and continuing to watch out for those storms around St. Louis. Again, not incredibly worrisome for us locally just yet, but we are, of course, watching to see how those will evolve over time. Getting a couple of photos sent in as well, so I'm just kind of browsing things on the side here.
I've got the power outage map here.
Perfect.
So the purple colors there, and I'll just kind of throw out some of the numbers there, but more specifically, Champaign County has 4,454 customers without power. Coles County has 3,654 without power. Shelby County, well, they did have quite a few. Getting an update there. Let's see here. You've got, looks like Shelby, Coles, Champaign are the worst. Vermilion County has 343, but that could go up as reports continue to come in. Fort and Iroquois County, a handful around 25 or so, but looks like Champaign County, surprisingly, Douglas County only has 21 there, but you get to Coles County, and again, 3,654. So, and statewide, 9,758. Okay, so a lot of power outages here, a lot of power lines down, accidents on area interstates as these storms came through. And we'll show you that picture once again. This is I-74 near St. Joe. And so cleaning up that and several other spots where they've got that as well. But these wind gusts of 85 miles an hour up near Hoopston is pretty incredible there. Those are major winds. So that's the update here for now. You've got some of those storm reports pulled up there, Seth? Yeah,
we've kind of just verbally put some of these out here, but just kind of pinpoint them on the map, some of these strong wind reports, which just had pretty crazy numbers on them. We'll start with that Roscoe one. That was a 70-mile-an-hour gust as that line kind of bowed through the northern part of Vermilion County up into Hoopeston. We'll grab that one. And that was also a 70-mile-an-hour one. And that would have been at Route 1 there near the Iroquois and Vermilion County border, and also nickel-sized hail tossed into that as well. And that final report southwest of Hoopeston, that one got all the way up to, that was the big one, 85 miles an hour. And unofficial nearby report of a 105-mile-an-hour gust. So that's unofficial, but included that in the report there. So if that is true, that is a pretty significant gust in there.
Just got a report. Somebody said there was no power in Hoopeston there. Just got a message right on Facebook right there.
Yeah,
so
I am not shocked. If that is true, then we've probably got some damage out that direction. So that is pretty impressive if we've got reports like that coming into the area. We'll also explore these ones in Iroquois County, where I believe it wasn't quite as bad, but it's still pretty rowdy up that direction. A gust of 66 miles an hour southwest of Crescent City. And our final one up here into the northeast. This one came in at 60 miles an hour. That was a little bit southeast of Beaverville. So not quite as bad up there to the north, but plenty of wind damage to go around here. And that was things definitely intensified pretty quick once they got to the I-57 region. And we talked at the very beginning of the stream how a lot of places, there's people in the chat talking about, Champaign doesn't see anything yet. Arcola, Tuscola, Mattoon, Charleston don't see anything yet. And that's why you just gotta kind of continue to keep your guard up, because things change in a hurry here with severe weather. And we saw that exactly play out here earlier into the afternoon. So popping back up on our radar picture again, tornado warning there in parts of Warren and Fountain County. That one looks like, let's even dive on the inside of that and see what's happening in there. That doesn't look terrible. Maybe not not quite as good as it looked earlier, but we are, again, kind of just monitoring that for some of our Indiana viewers and making sure that they are looked at after. So if you're in the Veedersburg area, Mill Creek, just kind of watch out for any sort of just strong winds, if anything, but also for that rotation potentially moving on through and causing a little chaos down that direction as well. And I continue to get a lot of questions about where are people expected to be good for the rest of the night. I'll pop on another future track. And again, this line, that was the main event. I think many folks north of I-72 are probably going to be good for the remainder of the afternoon. It sure didn't look like anything on earlier future tracks want to pop up. It doesn't look like anything wants to now. So I would say you're sitting pretty good. But again, that I-70 region, even just south of I-72, if those cells kind of creep up far north enough, we might have a little extra action deeper into the afternoon and closer to the evening. Again, just kind of watching what future track shows there around Jasper and Crawford County. Could get pretty rowdy down that way again later on this evening as well. But these future tracks aren't perfect. Clearly, you may have seen the broadcast last night where I had two completely different looking versions of future track that tried to pick up what's going on here. But that's kind of the signal that we're getting, is potential redevelopment in southeast Missouri and southern Illinois could reach its way up to the I-70 region. So again, if you're along I-72 and to the north, if you're in Champaign, if you're in Decatur, keep an eye out for things, but you can probably go about your day there. Just pay a little bit of attention, keep checking in periodically to make sure there's nothing your direction. But north of that mark, Pontiac, Bloomington, Lincoln area, Springfield, as has been the case all day, it looks like things are going to stay quiet your direction for the remainder of the afternoon and evening. So reset here is 2:33 in central Illinois. Severe weather has made its way into the area and now starting to make its way out. We have two tornado warnings in view here on our radar, one officially in our Indiana counties out there. It looks like that one is continuing into Fountain County, Indiana, and one that has hopped the border east of Kankakee and is on its way into Indiana as well.
That looks closer to the Newton County area.
Yeah, closer to the Newton County area there in Indiana. One storm that's probably still making the most noise here locally is one that is on its way into parts of Clark County. Watching that one. Maybe Casey is in line for some pretty heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail in there as well. Doesn't look like quite the same wind threat, but any storm that is severe warned is definitely going to bring a little impact with it. So keep an eye out for that, as that really is the only main storm that's in the area. All these other warnings, the storm has outrun the warning. So Vermilion County looks like we're in good shape there as far as thunderstorm winds. It might be pretty gusty. In fact, I'm curious to see what these gusts are like now that the storms are done and out of here. It wasn't a huge concern it'd be crazy windy, but let's just look at some of those readings. We've got 20 to 40 mile an hour readings. Maybe there in Paris, we're still catching a little bit of those thunderstorm winds. So it's not crazy windy. It'll be a little breezy, but I don't suspect any of those non-thunderstorm wind gusts are going to cause too much further damage like we saw several weeks ago there with 50 to 60 mile an hour non-storm winds. So not quite the same concern there as the things are starting to settle down. Looks like we have got a picture of that destroyed building in Tolono, and it does not look great, Kevin.
So that is the Illinois Foundation Seeds. That is just north of Tolono, right off of 45. As you can see, that building collapsed. And you can even see on the right side, your screen looks like a firefighter there on the right side. We don't have any other reports. That we've got a crew that is heading that way right now. That is a look at it. The first views that we're getting, I just got another photo sent in, and we'll show you that. But Illinois Foundation Seeds, just north of Tolono, right off of 45 at County Road 900, just north of Martin Equipment. That is the scene there. Obviously, that does not look good.
Yeah, definitely hate to see that, but that is to be expected with the strong winds that we had, and even possibly tornado damage, as we saw with that tornado warning in Champaign County earlier in the day at one point. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to back up my velocity, I think, as far back as I can go. And I'm just going to kind of take people back in time and look at what it looked like there in the Tolono area as that storm passed in. So we'll just kind of reverse things real quick and kind of take a look of the aftermath. And we'll get Tolono to actually pop up there for easy reference for folks. So, yeah, when that storm moved through, that was where your rotation was. You can see kind of that dark-looking color there south of Sidorus. That's where that rotation was. And yeah, Tolono taking almost a direct hit from that, as even as the rotation kind of collapsed a little bit. Those strong winds immediately kicked in right there in the Tolono and kind of Philo, Pasodum area. So yeah, that is where things really started to kind of giddy up a little bit. That's where we went from pretty standard severe weather to the event we had kind of been advertising with those strong 70 mile an hour winds, and in some cases 80 mile an hour winds across the far eastern part of the area. So things really ramped up there over a relatively short period of time. And for the most part, those storms have exited central Illinois. And as I've been mentioning a few times, it looks like we are going to see some calmer conditions here as we move ahead in time.
You know, something that Seth mentioned a while ago here in our live stream is that these storms were kind of going to congeal more once they got to Indiana. And they're starting to show that sign already here on radar that they're starting to become more linear as opposed to kind of scraps and pieces of a line. It's a little bit more congealed as it kind of crossed over the state line here. So no surprises by that. That prediction kind of came out to fruition, didn't there, Seth? But yeah, no, we're still keeping an eye on these storms. I mean, it's a messy kind of system too. Just you got, the 2 tornado warnings there along at one here. They're closer towards parts of far western Indiana, and then in northwest Indiana and Lake and Newton County too. So we're not done yet there for our folks, for our friends there in Indiana. If you have friends in Indiana traveling through Indiana today, just keep that in mind that there's going to be a lot of activity moving through here. Winds, the primary concern, hail and damaging winds. It's Sunday, so people are traveling all over the place here. I've got some relatives traveling through Indiana right now, coming out of Champaign. So it's busy. If you have any loved ones, let them know what's going on here as we go forward in time. But it is a busy line, and yeah, it's starting to become a little bit more linear than what we saw when it was in Illinois. So something interesting to kind of point out, and that's now going to be more of a wind threat as it marches through the Hoosier State. Yeah, that's absolutely right, Adam. And we're starting to see a little bit of more structure there on that tornado warned storm that passed through Petersburg. Again, just kind of watching that little area in there south of town for potential tornadic development as that pushes farther into Indiana. So yeah, anywhere closer to the central Indiana area needs to be on high alert as those storms start to move through. One thing I want to bring attention to real quick, I saw it flash across my screen. Let's go back to the St. Louis area and see what those storms are up to. I believe
Yes, I think that is a tornado possible tag on this storm heading through Covington, Illinois, getting ready to cross Interstate 64 just to the east of Nashville. And yeah, we've got a tornado possible tag, also ping pong ball sized hail on that storm. Again, this is well outside of our area, but maybe it won't be for terribly long. The trajectory of these storms looks pretty east-northeast, more of an eastward moving storm than a north-moving storm. So maybe that ends up becoming a bit of an issue for potentially Jasper, Crawford, maybe Clark County. Got a little bit of a distance to travel still. Again, future tracks showed those storms likely wouldn't make it that direction until maybe 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. So we're still a couple hours away from that. But watching with interest, because there's going to be some redevelopment, it would be down there around the I-70 area more likely than anywhere else. So paying attention to that as things become more interesting down in that neck of the woods.
Seen a lot of, Seth, a lot of spots there of alerts about power lines being down there in Champaign and a little bit in Vermilion County too. So again, no surprises. We've seen those power outages. I wouldn't be surprised if that number started to go up here within the next hour or so here, just as we collect more data. But yeah, it's already been pretty windy across the region, so no surprises there. And it looks like we've got a new picture here for there in Tolono of the Seeds, Illinois Foundation Seeds Inc. there. So Kevin, want to tell us about that?
Yeah, so we're starting to get in more pictures with our crew that is on the scene there. That's one picture. I will load up another one here that just got sent in to us. You can see the damage there as that building collapsed. Unclear if anybody was inside, but obviously lots of damage there with that area. Again, this is just north of Tolono. As we talked about the location there, right off of 45. And here's another picture just sent into us. You can see some of the damage with that. Again, this is Illinois Foundation Seeds Inc. And here's the thing. This is the first, pictures we're really getting in. I guarantee there are many other issues in other parts of Vermilion County and whatnot. I mean, those reports are widespread across Champaign, Vermilion, up into Iroquois County, as you can see there. But these are the pictures we're getting. If you've got damage, let us know. You can send it over to us on our Facebook page or email us weather@wcia.com.
Yeah, so those are obviously the most impressive images that we've gotten so far, but likely more to come here because those wind gusts, they ramped up in a hurry. We got reports of up to 80-mile-an-hour gusts, even a possibility of a isolated pocket of up to 100. And that was an unofficial report, but we'll kind of see in the aftermath of things. Probably see the storm report page fill in quite a bit here over the course of time. Didn't look like the hail really was able to make it to too high of a level. We got maybe quarter-size hail in a couple of spots, but that's about the extent to which that played out. Yeah, it was a big-time wind event, especially as it crossed the interstate and moved off to the east. Lots of damage likely. Still maybe not reported just yet, and we'll be able to see that a little more as these storms push on off to our east. Again, got a couple folks asking about particular parts of the area. Most of the storms are completely out of the area. These warnings that still cover Vermilion County. Again, the storm has kind of outraced that. It might be a little breezy, but there's no real storm in your area at the moment. Down here in Clark and southern Edgar County, there is still some storm activity. Doesn't look like anything too crazy, but maybe Casey getting some heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail in there as well, and plenty of lightning that direction. So at the moment, looks like we are heading towards a little bit of a down period over the next couple of hours in general. But we need to watch down there to the south in the St. Louis area. And what I'll do again here real quick, once you put on the radar image that also has instability laid out, and even getting a update here. Did the tornado watch possibly expand a little? Or
it did. Down towards St. Louis. So
that's exactly why we're saying keep an eye out I-70 area, because this watch is going to hold true down there across those counties. So we cannot completely say we're done that way just yet. I tend to think our northern counties will eventually get dropped from this here in the coming hours. The threat just does no longer look to be up in that direction, but south of I-72 in general, but mainly around I-70, watch for potential cells to move on in from the south here, and we'll see how those kind of those interact as they get this direction. As I was about to do, let me pull up the radar plus instability and see where some of that energy is. These reds and oranges were right overhead in our area when those strong winds came through. That's all up in Indiana. Look at the bites that was taken out of all this instability. Things are just pretty quiet here. There's not a lot of energy to work with. There's a little bit of a plume here. These very light colors. If anything, that could possibly produce just a few general storms, but that really wouldn't be too much to worry about. But it's this southern mass of air that we need to worry about, because it's still those maroon and orange colors. That's where some more storm potential is likely to happen. And as these storms move into that air, they are going to ramp up, just like what we saw here locally. And those could ride that line to the north and potentially hit the I-70 region once again. So that's kind of your round two.
Got a message from a woman down in Strasburg. She says, we have quite a bit of storm damage on the south edge of Strasburg, and that's kind of like where this all started. And so areas down there to Shelby County got hit pretty hard. And we're just getting in a bunch of reports that are slowly kind of trickling in here. But boy, sounds like quite the mess out there in a lot of areas.
Yeah, like we said, it may take a little bit of time for some of those reports to come through. Now that the storms have cleared out, probably some folks getting out and assessing what all went down and taking a look at the damage. Of course, we are looking for your reports as well. I am keeping my eyes on the comments across all of our streaming platforms to see if you have anything to report to us if there was any damage your way. Of course, we would appreciate if that was relayed along, just so we can kind of get some more details on how these storms impacted the area there. Those are strong 70 plus and potentially 80 plus mile an hour winds. And we've got a new warning, not in our area, but it is on the border of Fayette County. This one way down I-57 heading towards the Mount Vernon region, right there around the Salem area. So if you're down that direction, know someone down that direction, maybe we have some social media coverage down there, people that like to keep track with us. You have got yourself what looks like a decent little hail core maybe starting to form in there. So we'll have to watch out for what that could bring. That is warned for roughly quarter-size hail, a little less than quarter-size hail is what that is saying. So those cells in their early stages as well. We saw how the early stages of our storm played out earlier today. So got to keep an eye out for that. But aside from that, the only active storms are down here in the southeast corner, likely out of Casey now. We're continuing to kind of build on the southwest side, so maybe Casey getting a little bit of a second round there. Paris getting some rain. Marshall maybe in the line of this as well. Turn on lightning here and see if anything. Looks like my lightning may be lagging behind a little bit, so I don't think it's wanting to pop up here. So we'll...
Danville garage destroyed near Fairchild and Griffin.
Okay, so we've got further structure damage, and I wouldn't be too shocked to see lots of reports come out of Vermilion County, particularly at the north end, because
one tree fell on a car, unoccupied in Danville. Power lines, trees down.
Yeah, because that particular part of the area just got slammed with those heavy winds there. It was pretty wild to watch those develop as fast as they did there. For a moment. So we are going to likely continue to see those reports come in, and checking some of your comments as well. Got someone asking if 80 mile an hour winds actually did go through Vermilion County earlier. Sure looks like that was possible. No confirmed. Actually, I think we did have one confirmed report of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. So in that 70 to 80 mile an hour range, potentially upwards of that. Nothing official just yet. So we'll keep our eyes and ears peeled for any info on that. And checking to see if we missed anything that you folks had to say. I got someone asking if there was any damage in Cumberland County. I'm not 100% certain on that. We haven't necessarily heard anything just yet, but I think the strongest of the storms kind of stayed a little north at that point. So we'll keep an eye on that too. And that's about it from the comments at the moment. Again, if you've got any reports or a couple of questions, we can always answer on there, as well as we have kind of slowed things down here in central Illinois. Just one warned storm out there on the far eastern extent of the I-70 region. More than anything right now, we're kind of just hanging around to get some of those damage reports to come in too, because there's no real imminent threat to the area within the next roughly hour or so. We'll kind of see how that storm down closer to Mount Vernon and Salem, how quickly that one makes its way to the I-70 region. But even though things are wrapping up a little bit for several of us, it's just getting started over there in Indiana as warnings continue to fill in out that way too. And some strong winds are likely to play a role in that as well. We've got Joshua says power poles down across State Road 63 in Perrysville, Indiana, as those storms moved on through. Got something over there, Adam?
Yeah, I just got actually an alert from Taylor Mitchell. I-57 blocked off at exit 232 Curtis Road. So I know that may or may not be related to the weather, but yeah, just something to kind of keep in mind. So if you're trying to go down that way, I-57 blocked off at exit 232 on Curtis Road, basically Curtis Road. So keep that in mind if you're traveling. It looks like we've had a couple of reports already of traffic incidents that may or may not have been related to the weather as it came through Champaign County. I know we had that one semi truck that kind of blew over there on I-74, but the other ones, again, not official, or we're not sure if that weather played a factor or not, but just something to keep in mind that, yes, folks are out and about traveling, and I know you're probably going out and having still some plans for later today. Just keep that in mind that severe weather is still a possibility here as we're going through. And watch out for damage, too. You might be going to an area that maybe got recently hit that's been pretty quiet, and all of a sudden you see a tree branch that wasn't there when you left earlier in the day. So just be mindful of that as you're heading around town here for today. Again, I know it's pretty busy. It's Sunday. It's Sunday afternoon. Everyone wants to do some stuff outside or possibly just have some fun before we get to Monday here. But just be mindful of the tornado watch. It's still in effect here. We're still watching those storms, especially down to the south here as we move forward in time. There's some of our storm reports, too, that you can see right there. Tolono through Ogden. And no surprise, we've had some damage reports already in Tolono. And again, even some traffic incidents have been going down. Wires have been going down as well. So just be mindful of that. It looks like Vermilion County and Champaign County have seen a good brunt of the storm down towards Strasburg. That's another spot, right, guys? Down to the south and even out to Coles County, too.
Yeah, plenty of scattered reports there as those strong storms moved through earlier. And we will, of course, continue to look out for any sort of reports. I'm going to glance at the power outages here and see if anything's really changed a lot with that over the last couple of hours. Looks like we've got a lot of the same problems that we did earlier. Coles County still with about 3,600 plus without power. Champaign around 4,400. Vermilion County around that 1,100 range. Clark County actually up to 350 as well. So that's is our current power outage numbers. Looks like across the state, we've got a good 11,000 plus without power right now. So that is pretty widespread effect there with those windy storms. Those power poles can go down in those 70-mile-an-hour winds. It doesn't take a whole lot to do that. If they just hit those poles a certain way, it does not take a whole lot to take those down. So that is a very common issue here across central Illinois. But overall, very quiet here in the area as that line of storms has tapped into a lot of the instability that we had in place. So a lot of us are sitting pretty good here at the moment. I talked earlier, if you're along I-72 and north of that point, it looks like you should be good for the rest of the afternoon here. So parts of Springfield, Lincoln area, Clinton, Bloomington, Gibson City, Pontiac. Looks like things are in good shape for you up that way. Champaign, for the most part, good. We'll kind of just keep an eye on things down there to the south. Don't anticipate a real crazy surge of storms up this way, but we'll continue to monitor. Same story for Decatur. But when you start talking about places like Effingham, potentially, Newton, Toledo, and even into Robinson and Casey, we'll need to watch those areas for some more storms from the south later on this afternoon and evening. The trajectory on these looks decent for us here as far as avoiding them. They're kind of moving more east than they are north. So hopefully, if anything, we just kind of get clipped by those and we don't have to worry too much about it. But yes, I saw someone mention earlier, there was a new tornado watch issued, or at least the original watch was expanded just a little bit to include some more of those I-70 counties. I think maybe they only added maybe Montgomery and Fayette to that. I'm not sure what it was originally, but just watching that I-70 region in particular, and wouldn't be too shocked if some of these other places saw that watch trim a little bit over the next hour or two, as most of your storms have departed, and there is not likely to be any further development. However, do have a new warning. Yep, I mentioned the Effingham and Jasper County areas. You already have a warning in place, and it looks like a little something going on there with that cell. Looks like we may have a split apart there just a little bit. So maybe maybe both of those continuing to move, and even just a little bit of a cell popping up there in far north Clay County as well. So this barely clips Effingham and Jasper County, although it looks like Newton's got a decent little core off just to your northwest. So I mentioned earlier, will these segmented storms kind of bridge together? It looks like they're starting to, and it looks like we've even got some action there in Nashville, Illinois. Tornado warning down that way as things are picking up again. So this is exactly why we don't want those I-70 folks to keep their guard down just yet, because there is still a little more to go, or at least a little more to watch for on your horizon into the afternoon. That's where the better environment is for those storms to develop, and we will see how that plays out, because again, that main line we saw kind of starting to bridge a little bit with that line to the south. So we will see these kind of connect and push off to the east in a hurry. Question is, will it also catch some of us in our southern counties? And we will check on that, as that is really the only thing we need to watch for now. That main line out of the area, nothing to worry about there. And many of our northern counties look to be good for now. But this will have to be what we monitor here for a little bit of time. So if you're in Effingham County, if you're in Jasper County, maybe you are in an isolated storm right now. However, keep an eye on things, because that stuff down there and heading its way towards Clay County could be in your neck of the woods here within the next 30 minutes to an hour. So these storms a little slower moving, so not quite as urgent. You got a little bit of time. We'll have to watch for that. Someone asking if Paris is considered the I-70 corridor. I would say Paris is probably, I wouldn't give a very high chance for Paris to be included in this next cluster. There's a chance it kind of scrapes by, but I really think this is kind of a thing that our Effingham, Jasper, Crawford, Clark, those are kind of the four counties that I keep an eye on, maybe even Fayette too, depending on how some of this north stuff wants to play itself out, as storms kind of battle for real estate here, battle for the ability to expand. They might take out some other storms and see individual ones kind of become a little stronger and outweigh some of the others. So keeping close eye on that stuff to see what it ends up doing. But at the current moment, the only severe storm that is actively doing anything still there in parts of Cumberland and Clark County. And I feel like that storm, it's been down there for quite a while. That one might kind of be training on itself a little bit. So maybe a little bit of a increased flood risk down that way, as that storm doesn't really want to move too far to the east. Not a very wide storm, so not a huge area that has any concern with that, but just kind of the Casey area. It looks like maybe the last 30, 45 minutes, it's been raining pretty hard, at least on the north and east side of town there. So perhaps some flooding potential down that direction. Got somebody asking about Richland County here in Illinois. Yeah, that'll be a spot to pay attention to as well. Out there in the Olney region, we'll have to pay attention to where these storms move. But I would say at some point there's probably going to be some sort of line that either gets real close or does move through the Richland County area. So keep an eye out for that down in that region. Clay, Richland, and even Lawrence County needs to definitely pay attention to how these storms are going to evolve over time. And it's a lot of traffic on the radar down there in eastern Missouri and southern Illinois, as that round two is picking up, heading this direction a little bit. These moving a lot more east than they are north, but moving north enough to where we need to kind of track them out and see if they're going to do anything to us here locally. Just going to kind of open the floor for either of you two. Heard anything, seen anything here recently worth relaying along?
Not seeing a ton. I mean, there's a lot of damage, obviously. Reports are still kind of trickling in. Vermilion County, I mean, A lot of spots here.
Just kind of relying on the word of anyone that's seen anything there. And that can, of course, take a little bit of time, especially because if there was damage to someone's property, obviously they need to look after themselves first before reporting anything. But if you've seen or heard anything, let us know, and we will get that passed along. We've got a question, too, about approximately when can we expect storms down there and those counties just outside of our area, but close enough to look at, in particular, Richland County. I'm going to give you a little bit of a statewide view here of future track. And this one looks like it's a little outdated, so that line has kind of already happened. I'm going to see if this radar picture's not bad. It gets the basic idea just a little behind on the it's a little different with the clock there, so likely anticipating this stuff a little later than what the timer maybe says. But, I mean, closer to, I would say, 4 o'clock is when you can expect things down that direction as those cells kind of form and mesh together. And that's eventually when these storms are going to kind of connect the dots and kind of link up as one, I'd say mostly solid line. There's going to be some holes here and there where not much is happening. But, yeah, I'd say within the next hour or so, closer to 4 o'clock is when you can expect some storms out in that direction. But for anyone just now watching that wants to see if they are done with any storms, again, future track's not perfect, but it gives you an idea. A lot of us aren't really too worried about anything happening the rest of the night. I-72 and northward, maybe even some counties on the south end of that, in particular, Champaign County, Piatt, Moultrie, Macon, possibly even Christian County. A lot of those places don't have a high level of concern, but we may just see a few of those severe storms kind of stray off to the north a little bit. But a lot of us are in good shape here, especially right now. Right now, there is not much happening in those areas. So where you were hit hard earlier, you get a little bit of a break here for a good period of time. If not, you might already be done there with some of your storms too. But again, watching as these new cells down there in the south bubble up, and we'll see how those kind of progress over the next couple of hours at least. I'm going to, in the background, see if I can look off to the south in Effingham and see anything. And I think I do, some sunshine in Effingham. So clearing things out pretty quickly there after a stormy early afternoon. But we'll swing this camera all the way to the south, and we'll at least be able to see that next set of storms ready to roll in. And wow, yeah, that's actually a pretty nice view. So we'll pull that up here real quick and show you what's happening in Effingham, or at least in the distance from Effingham. And that's the Danville camp. There we go. There's Effingham. So some pretty dark colors in the distance. And the color contrast is pretty wild, too, because just off to the right side of the screen, there's actually some blue skies and sunshine. But there in the distance, things darken in a hurry. And that's where your next line of storms is getting ready to move on in. So nothing imminent, but definitely a scary look to things there in Effingham, looking to the south. So we've got some organized storms. You can even see the rain shafts pretty well out in the distance there. So pretty unique view from St. Anthony Hospital there in Effingham as storms continue to brew out that direction. You can even see just a little bit of sunshine in between those cells as well. So kind of just goes to show you the isolated nature and just how overall small these storms actually are, but yet they are very effective there when they're in that cellular form. So keep an eye on that.
Man, those storms coming out of St. Louis, the hail in those, you can see the purple color there. I mean, and those are going to be something to watch, because these are going to basically move to the north and east. So that actually could eventually come into Shelby County again. Again, they got hit pretty good down near Strasburg earlier. And so we're going to be watching that stuff there. We got a couple little guys that are popping. There's another one that's kind of popped up there west of Sullivan over Bethany right now. And so we'll just be carefully monitoring each one of these. But these things out here, I'm surprised if they catch a warning here before too long. But yeah, definitely it looks like the worst of it there now coming across Clark and southern Edgar County now. Marshall, it's over the Martinsville area, just moved through Casey and just south of Paris. But that storm there could have some strong winds associated with it as it continues to move through. Again, lots of wind damage reports, trees down, power lines down. Let's see if we've got the latest power outage map here for you. And again, hit hard parts of Champaign, Vermilion, Cole, Shelby County, several thousand without power still at this time as the strong winds have moved through. Danville's at 1,200, Champaign still 4,400, Coles County 3,600. Those are kind of some of the biggest ones there. So the power outages racking up. Actually, we're up to now 11,807 statewide with that. Here are, once again, some of those pictures of some of the damage. The Illinois Foundation Seeds, Tolono on the north side there, with the building there, as you can see, took major damage. And then here along I-57, this is just one of a few different semis. We're hearing about one on 57. Or actually, this is I-74. We're hearing about some there along I-57 and I-74. So, yeah, you know, big traffic jams there. And I was looking at the map earlier, and it was showing a pretty good slowdown there still on I-57 out there north of Tolono. So, guys, still monitoring and dealing with the storms here this afternoon. Things kind of coming in a little, early than what we typically get. You don't get a lot of 1 p.m. severe weather, but that kind of happened this time around. So, you guys got anything over there? More damage picks?
Just to kind of echo your point, kind of been an atypical severe weather season in general. Talked about how it happened earlier in the day than normal. Feels like severe weather season has kind of ramped up, possibly a little earlier than normal. March has been very busy for us. This is about our third kind of widespread event that we've watched here. But not over with entirely
it's March, but it feels like May.
It does. It really does feel a little bit like May. We, what was it on... Oh, was it Thursday or was it Friday? Didn't we hit 80 degrees or something? That doesn't happen every year in March. Yeah. So it's been a little odd. If we can, actually, I forgot I can do it from up here. I'm going to switch back to my picture here. Kevin, you mentioned some of those storms looked like they had some hail in them. They sure do. Several spots there with at least quarter-size hail. And I think even sometimes this product kind of underestimates the hail every now and then, so take that as kind of a minimum number almost. I'm going to even recheck on that one. Yeah, down there near Rome, 1.5 inch diameter. So that's when you're approaching those golf balls and ping pong balls, that kind of size hail. In southern Illinois, right there around the I-57 and I-64 interchange that way. So yeah, the hail is picking up. We kind of thought that we might see a little bit of that here, but we really didn't get too many cellular storms this direction. So that's why that didn't really completely impact us similarly here in central Illinois. But yeah, that'll be a problem down there around the south of I-70 region as those storms are continuing to build some steam and eventually encroach the area here later on in the afternoon. So keeping an eye out for that stuff. Again, the hail cores look pretty solid here. And we'll watch as they kind of drift in. And I believe we have an expanded warning now. That same thing that's been bothering the folks in Clark County is going to continue to bother them there as a new warning has been issued. Looks like they're into most of the eastern half of the county. So that does include Marshall. If you were not in that warning before already, which it looks like you were just outside it.
What's up?
We'll watch that as this kind of a stubborn storm doesn't really want to go away. So that is one that's kind of just trained on itself. Again, if there's any kind of local flood risk, it might be there in Clark County as those storms have just kind of sat on top of each other and continue to deliver rain over and over again there, particularly just east of Casey, between there and Marshall. Also watching another decent storm. Maybe Newton get a little bit of a quick 1-2 punch there. They had a little bit of a cell graze them earlier. Now it looks like they might get hit by a little bit of strong wind and some hail, or some heavy rain, I should say, and some large hail. Maybe not necessarily strong winds up there in the 60-mile-an-hour range, but might see some gusty conditions a little short of that. So Newton, Jasper County, be prepared there for a little bit of noise that direction as some of these little pop-up cells that aren't really too fearsome just yet, but they could be on their way to doing a little something if they find their way into more unstable air. It is now several minutes past 3 o'clock. It's actually 3:09 here in central Illinois as we saw a round of windy storms move through earlier. That's now well off to the east into Indiana, eventually maybe even into parts of Michigan as well as those race over Lake Michigan. So for anyone out that direction, that's what they'll continue to watch for. But today was a huge risk area there. I'll even show you real quick on the Storm Prediction Center Outlook if I can get a bigger view here. I might need to jump into this and edit it a little bit to move it around, but let's just take a peek. Yeah, that enhanced risk was pretty large, and I'll even move the camera around here so you can see it a little better. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Enhanced risk from what's maybe Lansing all the way down to far northern Louisiana, even into central Louisiana. So you're talking about from Lansing, Michigan, all the way to Jackson, Mississippi. So pretty large area of just strong winds. That line is going to be pretty impressive here as it continues on. And we were kind of where everything started. That's where that slight and marginal risk were across the far northwestern part of the area. That's where things started. And it's off to the races now to the east with those storms. But this outlook now maybe just a little outdated. A lot of places still in that enhanced risk across.
They did just update the tornado watch, I think.
They did. Okay, so let's take a look at that and see what's all changed there. Yeah, looks like they trimmed the northern counties. So Livingston, Ford, Iroquois now out of the equation as we expected. Maybe before too long, they'll kind of creep a little farther south with that, but I don't know if they'll go too far south of I-72. I know they like to kind of keep these around, even if there's a tiny chance for stuff to happen. So
I'll go through some of the damage reports here. We're just gonna click on all of these and just take a look at some of them. But actually, pretty impressive rainfall amount from the Mesonet station over near Bonneville. 1.2 inches of rain. That rain was coming down. So we're just going to click on all of these here. So this is Tolono. So this is obviously going to be that damage we showed you from the Illinois Foundation Seeds building. So that occurring at around 1:30. Click on the reported wind gust. I believe this is going to be out at Willard. 68 mile per hour wind gust at Willard when the storm came through. And again, they issue severe thunderstorm warnings at 58. Another report here near Longview, another Mesonet station there, 54 mile per hour wind gust that occurred. We'll come back up here towards the Sydney Philo area, 50 mile an hour gust that came through. And then we're going to start to get into some even higher wind reports. This one is 70 that came through Sydney, some structural damage from high winds along with power outages that occurred. Another wind gust in Champaign was up to 63 miles an hour from another one of those Mesonet stations. Showing the winds, just how strong they were. Damage, and again, near St. Joe, where the semi-truck, we showed you pictures of that, on westbound I-74, blown over due to the high winds that came through the area. Another wind report of 62 miles an hour in Ogden as the storms came through. And another damage report showing up near Homer, power outages in Homer from high winds. And we'll just scoot over here to Danville and click on that one for you. And in Danville, a garage destroyed near Fairchild and Griffin Streets. Just kind of clicking through all of these. Let's see. We can come down here. Looks like even a few flooding reports that are coming in down into the Douglas and Coles County area. Let's see what this wind gust is over north of Paris. 49. So that at the Edgar County Airport. And another one back here towards the Charleston area. They had a 45 mile per hour gust. And it looks like a damage report there. We'll click on that. And that is going to be several power poles and lines blown down Charleston west, 2.5 miles west of Charleston that they're saying. So the power lines that are down over there. Looks like we even got a hail report that came in. Hail to the size of a little bit bigger than a penny. As you can see, 0.8 inch. So we were thinking maybe we'd get even more hail reports with these storms, but it doesn't look like we did. And then these are some of the wild wind gust reports that came in. Let's take a look at this one up near Rossville. 70 miles an hour, definitely believable. And then we get up here, and we're talking about 70 to 85 unofficial nearby report of 105. I'm not going to rule anything out, but that is quite the wind gust there. The winds were definitely strong. Looks like another hail report that came in Hoopston, almost 1 inch in diameter, nickel size. And again, the last one we'll click on up here was the wind report near Hoopston of 70 miles an hour at Route 1 near the Iroquois Vermilion County border with nickel hail. So those are some of the things that this storm did, and a lot of people picking up the damage and cleaning things up, and doing so on this Sunday afternoon. Seth, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, here on this Sunday afternoon, lots of people probably just wanted to hang out at home and potentially watch some March Madness today too. So hopefully a lot of people stuck around close to home and were able to keep an eye on things there and weren't out and traveling, because if you were, you ran into quite the system there as it rolled on through. We've got a new warning, but same location, kind of some more cells bubbling up there into the Jasper/Crawford/Clark County region. Again, that's kind of an area where storms kind of just don't really want to go away. You can see some of the pink colors within those storms that suggest some hail being detected in there, some decent-sized hail amongst some heavy rain. Very small coverage area for some of those storms, though. But if you are, if that particular storm kind of hits your area of land, you will feel it there for a brief period of time with some heavy rain and a little bit of hail dropping down as well. Let's just take a look and see what the radar even says about some of these hail sizes. Here we go. There's a little something popping up near Hunt City out there in the Rose Hill area. See a tiny little dark blue spot there. Let's see what that gives us. That's got to be close to, yep, quarter-size hail. So 1 inch in diameter there in the northeastern part of Jasper County. Some of those storms are picking up on that hail risk a little bit. Very small coverage, but if you've got anything outside that you can cover up there real quick, any kind of vehicles that you can move under an awning if possible, get that done here in the next few minutes before it kind of rains down. Not that quarter-size hail is the biggest deal in the world, but if you can do something about it, you have a little bit of time yet too. Down this direction, kind of into the parts of southern Illinois, right over Romine, it looks like. Let's take a look at that. That's some dark blue. What kind of hail they getting down there? So 1.3. Again, that's kind of a little greater than your quarter size. Talking maybe, I believe it's close to $50-ish size, something in that ballpark. So hail, little more worth noting down that direction, south of I-70, as a lot of those cells are starting to throw some of those chunks of ice our direction, those hailstones, that is. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pop on the Effingham camera. We're going to pan a little bit more to our south again and see kind of what's going on. I think we're already looking south and east a little bit, so we'll just kind of turn this around. You can see a pretty blue sky. Not much detail there in the clouds from this distance, but you can definitely see some of the bases of those distant storms. A little bit of sunshine this direction too, but ominous look to the south as these storms hopefully kind of skirt on by without too much extra noise here in the Effingham area or anywhere in our area for that matter. So just kind of scanning the area here on our Effingham camera. Plenty of storm action off to your south to continue to watch out for and monitor here over the course of the next couple of hours. So nothing too crazy on that sky cam just yet. As we pull back up our radar picture, again, connecting the dots a little bit here with our storms, our main line well off into Indiana now, even into Lake Michigan. But across southern Illinois, there will be some more storms to continue to watch out for. And again, these hopefully will just be a glancing blow, and I'm hoping they can kind of continue to push farther east than they are north, because if so, we'd have to deal with that for a little bit. But hopefully we keep those out of the way. These storms on the north end look like they're trying a little bit, but fizzling out some. So we'll see if those maintain any steam or if those kind of fizzle off too. But really, most of this event we have gotten through, and it's just a matter of some leftovers here in southern Illinois that we will hopefully just get grazed by. Hopefully we just miss it entirely, but if it just happens to nip us here just a little bit, wouldn't be the end of the world there. But parts of Clay County, eventually Richland County, in for some action here. At least some decent hailstones will be seen in that particular storm. In fact, this storm is warned for hail of 1.75 inches. So I think we're kind of approaching, we're beyond the golf ball size once you get to that point, kind of inching your way closer to something like closer to tennis ball size. So watching for those storms, because that is now the shifting threat. We dealt with wind, high winds earlier, dealt with even a small area that could have seen a tornado, and now it is shifting to hail. So we talked about the all modes event, and we're seeing them play out, just not all at the same time, of course. So that is happening down in that direction. I sound just a little bit like a broken record at times, but there really isn't a whole lot happening here locally. We're just kind of staying on to relay any sort of reports that you may have or that we may find ourselves, and just to make sure that those across the southern half of the area are going to be in good shape. But yeah, good chunk of the area doesn't have a whole lot to worry about here over the next couple of hours, as we're just kind of watching the south end of these storms to see it's going to make it all the way this far north, or if they're just going to kind of slip off into the southeastern part of the state and eventually into Indiana as well. So yeah, that's pretty much all that's happening here at the moment. So what I'm going to do, we'll see how much rainfall we got here out of these storms. We'll just kind of check our radar indicated rainfall totals over the last 6 or so hours. Interested to see down here, yeah, kind of near the Coles County area, where storms have just kind of been training. Maybe see our highest reports, a little over 2 inches. So pretty nice little belt of rain down that direction. But you can see things were pretty scattered in nature. And even though the storms looked pretty impressive on radar, rainfall totals aren't jumping off the page because they moved through just so quickly. And that's why we really weren't worried about too much flooding. But you can see some of those brighter greens. That's when you're getting closer to that 2-inch total, maybe right at 2 inches or so. We'll drop a couple pins in there. There you go, 2.2 again. So some really helpful rain over some isolated locations. Definitely not widespread beneficial rainfall totals, but there's a good amount that was able to fall. I'd say maybe close to half an inch in some of these spots. Let's just kind of throw a tag in there. There you go, 0.6 in that kind of turquoise color. So yeah, anywhere you see that color is a decent little rain. So working our way up a little bit. We need some more rain. It's been dry around here, and we've dealt with more blowing dust in central Illinois in the last 2 years than maybe all the other years combined, it feels like. Don't usually have that problem out here, but that rain hopefully will take care of that and make sure that doesn't happen again anytime soon.
Why don't you pull up like Apple Maps traffic?
Sure. We'll get that. Yeah, we'll get that going over here, and we'll see.
Kind of show you a couple areas that we have. Looks like I-57 and I-74 closed down. So it looks like the southbound lane of I-57 and the westbound lane of I-74 are the two areas. And we'll show this to you on the map there. And so you can see there's two spots. And so you've got 57 right there. That's going to be just west of Willard Airport. So a stretch of road there that is closed. Looks like road closure. Southbound I-57. And then you've got I-74. That stretch over there right near St. Joe. That's where we had the semi. It also looks like maybe another little stretch there near Ogden. That might be another accident there that's occurred. But so between St. Joe and Ogden, an area there where the interstate is closed due to, again, that semi and possibly another accident. But they're talking about it to being closed there for maybe an extended period of time. So just be aware. That means traffic probably along 150 getting diverted and sometimes get a little clogged up there when traffic gets diverted off the interstate onto 150. So a couple spots there that obviously impacted here from the storms as they came through. So I just want to kind of show you the map there and the exact location as to where all of that was.
Yep, definitely helpful to just kind of see that, because sometimes you hear these reports. It's a little difficult to pinpoint exactly where those are, but if you're more of a visual learner there, definitely helpful to see some of those locations. And I mentioned a couple of times, Sunday, people want to travel. Maybe had some people traveling into the state just to spend the weekend with some family. And we have a little bit of trouble there on some of the interstates, so it might be just a little busier there on some of those side roads and some of those country roads that are going to be diverting some of that traffic. So keep that in mind as the aftermath of these storms still being felt, even a good hour or so after they have moved through the area. But as you can see on the radar picture right now, things are awfully quiet across, I'd say, about 85% of the area. Still some action down there in the south and southeast corners of the area, but nothing imminent still. We have got some action around the I-64 region as some storms move through Nashville, Centralia, Salem, and Mount Vernon down that direction, even into Flora, potentially Clay City down that direction as well. So that's the thing to kind of monitor moving forward here. Again, how far north do these storms go? That remains in question some. It looks like they are potentially going to stay just at arm's length to prevent any kind of widespread activity. But I want to say places like, for sure, Robinson and Newton need to keep an eye out for stuff with these cells to our south. Maybe Effingham, not entirely sold on something that could happen there just yet, as it looks like things may just kind of duck to the south of you. We will take a look at future track here, because I believe, let me take a peek first. I believe we might have a rapid refreshing model that is nearing the end of its run there. So maybe we can see some of the latest, and let's do it this way. And again, that line well off to our east now. So this particular model, just a little bit slow with some of this stuff. So let's go ahead and put it in motion. And yeah, down there around Jasper and Crawford counties, that'll be a spot to watch for some of those cells to maybe just clip us by. But future track sure is consistently suggesting that many of us are done for the remainder of the day. So we'll watch as eventually some of those tornado watch areas are trimmed back. I really want to say, let's even just take a look there and observe. Again, I don't have any authority to say, don't worry about this tornado watch in a particular spot, but a lot of these places are just kind of out there just for a little bit of extra safety. So I tend to think around I-72, you probably don't need to worry about that tornado risk quite as much, just because those storms don't look to make it up that direction. But Fayette, Effingham, Jasper, Crawford, those will be the 4 counties to watch.
I mean, they've already trimmed Iroquois and Ford, Livingston, part of Chicagoland. So we're starting to see some trim back, which is expected. Yeah, and I'm, like I said, curious to see how far south they will kind of trim this, because it feels like oftentimes they kind of play it safe and keep some of those counties that, even if they have a really low chance at seeing something, they'll keep them around. But, yeah, wouldn't be shocked if over the next 30 minutes to an hour, if there's several counties removed from the equation here. As thankfully, that tornado risk has effectively wrapped up for many of us, not all of us. Again, I-70 region needs to watch out for that, especially just some hail as well, as we've seen hail the size of, again, over golf balls or ping pong balls that direction, maybe even approaching that tennis ball range if things play out a certain way. And there's some pretty good development on these storms. Just look at how this particular one down here between Centralia and Mount Vernon, look how that kind of just expanded on the southeast side as some extra started to congeal there. So things are intensifying that way. Plenty of pink in there, way more pink than what we ever saw here with some of our storms, as the hail is likely going to be pelting some of the towns down that direction. And we'll even peak once again at our hail size
analysis here, which has had some pretty decent numbers. So just east of Centralia, that looks close to 2 inches. We've got 1.5 there. And obviously with the lighter blues near kind of the Ashley area there, be willing to guess it's about 1.25. We got 1.1. So the hail threat playing out a little more in southern Illinois, and that could play a role here later on. And what I'll even do, I haven't done this here in a minute. Let's just even look at some velocity and see if there's any kind of interesting features down that way. Might be a little something there. Have we got a new warning here? We do. It's kind of that Clark and Jasper County area again. Again, that's, yeah, just kind of warnings on top of warnings there. So they continue to update those as that little cluster doesn't really want to move. It's stalled out big time here. This is a loop over the last hour. And I want to say there's some place between Casey and Marshall on I-70 that's had some pretty constant rain here over the last hour or so. So continuous warnings issued that way. And I'd be willing to guess that the hail, the max hail sizes are probably increasing on those just with the way some of these storms look. Yeah, now up to about a quarter. So there we go. Cleaned up the warnings a little bit. So not just that one warning in place. They continue to need to reissue those once they expire, though, because it hasn't gone very far over the last hour or so. So, again, that's the pesky storm that does not want to go away here in the area, but is also the only storm that remains in the area. So that is the situation at the moment. I will once again pop up here the latest kind of Storm Prediction Center thoughts. Their last update was at about 2:40 p.m., so it's about 50 minutes or so old. But what I'm going to do is show you the tornado risk, which has shifted quite a bit. I see that we are still technically at a 4 out of 10 here, but again, that was about an hour ago. There was still some stuff in the area worth watching. But overall, I tend to think that a lot of us are safe from that. You got to watch that 6 area, though, that orange area. That's where those cellular storms could kind of take off here with some time and run into a better environment where they can put themselves together a little more, potentially rotate and do a little something there in southern Illinois and southern Indiana as well. But we kind of saw our first punch roll through with that line of storms, and now it's just on to whatever can kind of materialize out of those cells down there across I-70. So watching how that plays out, and I don't think, let me look, I don't think we have any kind of camera access in southern Illinois or if there's anything interesting down that way, but let me look. Maybe we can kind of venture outside the area and see if there's some action we can pick up on our sky cams just out of the area. And yeah, it really looks like not a whole lot down there in southern Illinois, so no real eyes on anything that way. But I'm sure we've got a few folks that are down that direction. Maybe they can let us know what they're seeing if they're down there. A question from Paul, is Danville good for the rest of the day? I like to think so. I don't think much is going to reach up that direction for the remainder of the day. So I'd say that belt around I-72 and where I-72 meets 74, that little region looking pretty good here for the rest of the day. Again, maybe one storm kind of sneaks up that direction, but it feels pretty unlikely we're going to see much get too far north. If it's going to be anything, it's going to be this kind of mess down here that's working its way into Fayette County, but that's not the same strong stuff that we see farther south and east. So I got people asking about Coles County. Again, should be good. Maybe something just kind of, is rogue and makes its way that direction, but your main event has really kind of come and gone, and we're not too fearful that anything is going to really reach up that far. There really isn't any kind of model or future track that even shows stuff up that direction. So looking good for many of us. And I'll just even make this a little easier here. If you're in Fayette, Shelby, Effingham, maybe Cumberland, Jasper, and Crawford County, those are probably the areas to watch more than anywhere else. And I think maybe being a little generous in the west direction, I'm not entirely sure if Fayette has too much to watch, but so we're talking about 4-ish counties that really need to keep their guard up here. But if something does happen, it could be a little noisy. Again, those storms have the tornado potential. They've clearly got the hail potential. They are producing some decent hail. And we've even got one storm down in Sisney that has a tornado possible tag. So let's just kind of explore down that way and see the velocity in those regions. We see a little bit of something trying to happen there, just kind of southeast of Florida, maybe into the Clay City area. So just kind of some broad rotation that could kind of wrap up here a little bit. A little bit of a surge of winds, it looks like, west of there, up and down I-57 from Salem to Mount Vernon. I'll even turn on the base velocity there. Kind of gives us a better look at, some of those strong winds, but that's pretty high up in the air too. So again, maybe not all the way down to the surface just yet. And we actually do have a tornado warning down there in southern Illinois. So that looks like it's parts of Clay and Richland County, potentially into the Olney area. They saw that rotation, said that looks good to us. So tornado warning down that direction. I know for sure I've got one buddy who lives in Olney. So anyone else who may be joining the stream that is in the area from Florida, Clay City, to Noble to Olney, you'll want to be in your tornado safe spots as well, because that's an area of rotation that could further develop here and produce a tornado with time. Again, this is why we're kind of keeping some of you around, because if these sneak up into the area, that's what they have the potential to do. But hopefully they kind of just stay where they're at and stay out of our particular area. What you got, Kevin?
Well, I was just going to go back and show the velocity from our storms that came through earlier. I am not going to rule out that Tolono storm wasn't a tornado. So this, again, was around 127. And this is, we were kind of seeing a few signs of rotation right there. And watch this area right here. It's going to track northeast. So we step through time. And that right there, right along I-57, okay? And you can still see possibly some rotation associated with that. If nothing else, it's definitely some really strong winds, but the rotation is literally kind of right there. So I would not rule out that could have been a tornado. Tough to say, but you can definitely see the winds pick up. So you can see the brighter colors here. Again, this is 133. So these are the winds that came through Tolono and really kind of picked up over Tolono there. And you can see the expansion of some of the colors right there. We'll zoom it out just a little bit and kind of show you the path that this took. Okay, so there you go. And then it really expanded again over Philo. More of a wind into Sydney there, really kicked up there in Sydney, as you can see. And then eventually expanding even more through Homer, St. Joe, Ogden. So that's kind of a look at the velocity, which shows us the wind. And again, there's some interesting signatures there just, southwest of Tolono and near Sodoris when this all started kind of ramping up a little bit. And again, that storm there, whether it was straight line winds or whether it was a tornado, definitely did that damage there. The building we showed you in Tolono. Let's see what else I can kind of look at here, widen the view out, because some pretty strong winds that came through up in Fort and Iroquois County as well. That kind of tannish color right there, showing those strong winds. But we'll see if that was a tornado or not. I'm sure the Weather Service will potentially come do a survey of that, or they may just rule it straight line winds. But that was definitely one of the more interesting signatures that we had as that storm came through. So just kind of wanted to go back and show what that looked like there on radar. And we'll even show you the reflectivity. So the thing is, when that storm came through Tolono, it would have been a tornado could have been embedded in the rain there, so it would be really tough to see it. But that's what it looked like with the reflectivity earlier, around 130 as it came through. So again, that's reflectivity. Let me throw on the velocity at that very point as well. And so again, if there was something, it was not visually, you could not visually see that because of all of the rain that was in there. But a little interesting signature there. So again, just kind of wanted to go back and show what that looked like a little bit earlier with those storms, because there's people asking, hey, was it a tornado? Was it not? And so that determination will come in due time. Okay. So just getting reports from our reporter out in the field. It's been on that Tolono incident. There's also, I guess, a fire that was down there as well. Don't know if that was like lightning related or something else, but that's the latest there. Again, still watching those storms to the south, and hopefully those can just kind of skirt out of our area, and we don't have to jump into programming during the second game.
Yeah, because
the first game was a blowout.
I saw that. It was
Don't feel quite as bad for cutting in on that.
right.
Even though there were some people, upset, but you're always going to get that. But yeah, and again, Illinois didn't make it this time.
Yeah, that definitely happens, and even some of the players on their way out too. But that's a whole nother story with that.
We'll save that for sports.
Yeah, we'll save that for later. We'll let them do the nice objective reporting, and we'll leave us to kind of sulk about that a little bit. But yeah, with March Madness on, we know it's a very high demand event, and I think everyone here in the room loves it too. So we like ourselves some basketball too. But anytime something's in the area, especially when it's near Champaign.
Well, boy, and it's good. I mean, look what happened. I mean, we went on right at the time that we needed to with that tornado warning, and obviously a ton of damage, and semis flipped over, and
we even kept it picture in picture too.
We did
to appease everybody.
Kept the game up. Yep.
So did as much as we could there, obviously with that, and of course when that warning was done, kind of just hop back to the streaming coverage because it's been an event today, but we see this during the springtime. These kind of widespread events, these enhanced risk days, they happen a fair amount of the time. Not super common, but you definitely have a handful of them every time you get into the springtime. One thing to just kind of keep track of down this way, that's a tornado-warned storm out there now east of Flora, heading right into Clay City and Noble. Clay City might be getting a pretty crazy hailstorm that way. Let's take a look at some numbers on this. I believe this is going 45 miles an hour northeast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a little instrument here, and we're going to just track this out at 45 miles an hour and see where it ends up over the next several minutes or so. I want to peek real quick to see where that area of rotation is. Again, right there, south of Clay City. So if there could be something going on, kind of in a radar, what's the word? Kind of a Bermuda Triangle of radars here. It's kind of hard to get a close one. This is the Evansville one, though, so it's got a pretty decent look at it. So right there is where we are seeing the rotation. So again, let's grab that particular spot and take it northeast. We'll do this over the next 30 minutes or so. Again, just a rough estimate of where the core of that storm is going to be. So Noble within the next 8 minutes or so. Olney potentially by about 4 o'clock. The rotation of that storm, it might be close as to whether or not it gets actually into Olney there, the actual main part of town. So definitely want to play things safe. And if you're out that direction, just kind of be prepared. There might be a downstream warning there again at some points. In fact, you might already be included in that current warning. I'm going to have to move stuff out of the way. Well, make a little bit of a mess by doing that. So we'll kind of keep right there. Even if you're not exactly in the warning, you are right there in that zone, potentially for a new warning at some point. So those are some locations to watch out for farther down the line. So the next 20 minutes or so, you're in the Olney area. Just keep close eye out because this could sail to your north by a little bit, or it could go right there into town. And obviously that would be something to contend with. But again, that is officially outside of our area. I just know it's close enough to where there's a handful of people that know what's going on down that direction. Let's take a look at some more hail sizes, see what we're picking up on radar. This thing in Clark County, it's been all right. It's been more of a rain producer, I feel like, than anything. It's got some hail, about closer to that penny, maybe nickel size as well. So watching that. But yeah, this one near Flora, where that rotation is, it's not looking too bad. It's about the 1.5 we've been steadily seeing, 1.4 in this case. That is getting to that ping pong or golf ball size hail, whichever you prefer. But the overall urgency of everything certainly looks to be pretty low here right now. We're just kind of keeping an eye on anything here to the south that could jump up and catch us. But looks like, again, we might just kind of get grazed. We'll have to watch and see this Flora storm. Maybe it can make its way close to Robinson at some point in time. We'll see if it takes a little bit of a southern turn at any point, or if it continues on that trajectory. So that's kind of why we're paying attention to this stuff to the south, because it's not doing anything at the moment. But we will, of course, take care of anyone down that direction and keep an eye on it for you. Let's look at those storms that we saw earlier. What are they up to? They are racing across central and northern Indiana, even about to come in across the lake. We've got some warnings on the west side of Michigan there, where there's not even any storms at the moment, but they're racing in as far north as Kalamazoo. Plenty of warnings down there in southern Missouri as well. And the coverage area with this is rather expansive. There's quite a bit of area to watch for, but not a lot actively happening here in the area. So hopefully within the next hour or so, we kind of have a grip on what those storms are going to do. And after that, there might not be a whole lot set to move through here in the next several hours through the evening. And we're still checking you out in the comments. I see there's still several people watching. So if you've got any sort of questions for us, anything to relay, or you're just bored and want to chat, I can carry on a conversation here for a little bit. Let's check in on the Effingham cameras, see what's on that way. Pretty rugged looking clouds out to the south and east, as one might expect there with those storms. I kind of got a good view on that one near Olney right now, or on its way close to Olney, kind of closer to the Flora area still. But effectively, things awfully quiet around here. I will say this, though. I'll talk about this here in just a moment. We're going to hone in on this storm down there into Richland County now. Let's pop on velocity. And you can see that's come down a little bit here in the last few scans. I think, yeah, it looked better at one point at about 339 there. Now, not so much. So maybe not the same sense of urgency there for those downstream as far as tornado activity, but still plenty of heavy rain and some large hail as well. Someone asked about Clay City. It is passed through Clay City right now. There's probably a decent downpour happening. Let me put reflectivity back on. Yeah, you've got some heavy rain, probably some large hail as well. So we are keeping an eye on that. We've got a little bit of a report here from the Sydney Dairy Barn. Said
Closed for the day.
Closed for the day. Got it. So
Power
looks
outage.
like they lost some power. No damage, though. Looks like things are doing good. So
They'll be back open on Friday.
Sydney Dairy Barn back in action on Friday. It's always nice to get some ice cream on a Sunday, but
Last time we had really bad severe weather, I went to the Sydney Dairy Barn right
Did you?
beforehand. Yeah, so
there you go. So severe weather in the Sydney Dairy Barn. Finding connections. Let's see here. How is this storm looking so far compared to the one we had a few weeks ago that had the tornado in Oakland? The overall event played out a little differently. If I recall, that one was the mostly tornado event. There's two dates. I'm kind of having trouble remembering which one, but essentially this one was more of a widespread wind event, and we really didn't see that with the previous severe weather event. We kind of had that a little farther back weeks ago. New warning. This does include Jasper and Crawford counties. So they've got some development there with those storms. So we do have new warnings back in the area for parts of Jasper and Crawford. That includes Robinson. So these are some pretty far downstream warnings, and I do believe that is a tornado possible tag still. Yep, tornado possible. Observed hail of 1.5 inches. So again, your golf ball, ping pong ball size. Got one person asking about maybe interstate closure around I-65. take a peek there and see if there's anything down that direction. Again, just outside of the area, but if we've got something we can see out that way, may as well relay it along to anybody. Or I believe I-64, rather. I think I may have said I-65. Let's see. I see a couple, but I think that might be construction. Those look pretty small. So I don't see anything official here on some of the maps just yet. But I do see a stretch of road closed in Martinsville, the northwest side of Martinsville. I'm not sure if that's storm-related or not. Of course, I very well could have been construction going on there at one point, but that seems like it could be storm-related because that's where a lot of activities happen. So Highway 40 on the northwest side of Martinsville looks like it's got a little bit of a road closure here at the moment. So passing that along to the interested individual and keeping close eye on all this action down to our south. Large hail starting to take shape. Take a peek at that again. Looks like more closer to the 1.25 inch range, and that was right over Clay City. So as mentioned earlier, probably a pretty decent hailstorm that way. Some pinging off the roof, some bouncing off the cars there a little bit. That would have been what's happened there. We'll zoom back out, get you a look at your radar picture here. And I'm just going to kind of scan some of the chat. It's going to be a National Weather Service chat just to see what kind of activity is being discussed. Of course, the National Weather Service in Lincoln, the main office here in central Illinois, one that covers much of our area, they cover all the way down there into parts of Clay, Richland, and Crawford County. So they are still very much busy down that direction, issuing some warnings that way and some farther expansion.
Got a picture. This is actually Monticello Road, 957 storage units.
There you go.
So storage units there, 57 and Monticello Road, which I think is also close to where the accident was there on 57 with a car. So that's not good there. Storage units, people stuff there. So I'm sure authorities on the scene. But just more damage pics coming in. Again, I am not going to be surprised if this turns out to be maybe a little tornado. I don't know.
Yeah, because storage buildings, they're not poorly built buildings. Obviously, people trust some stuff going in there. But yeah, between that and that other building that we saw earlier take quite some damage. Those straight line winds can do some of that damage. But yeah, looks like a little bit of a impressive punch was packed that direction. And it's interesting, too, because we talk about these setups. We always kind of emphasize what we think is the most important thing, in which this case was the strong wind and potentially the hail. But those tornado risk areas that are drawn up, a lot of people tend to look at the higher numbers, the sixes that we had today, and just assume that's the only place where tornadoes are going to happen. But that's why you put a number out there. Even though it's not as likely as another spot, they can still happen. We were talking about the tornado risk mainly around I-70, and here we are skipping several counties and getting all the way up into Champaign County. So
that's Champaign Secure Storage.
Champaign Secure Storage. And
it's right there by the exit to I-57.
So there you go. That's where that particular damage took place. I'm going to peek at the storm report too, see if there's been quite a few updates here. Might repeat some information, but just
sorry about that. I didn't have my mic on when I was talking.
Oh,
so again, yeah, Monticello Road and I-57, storage unit over there. So there you go.
There we go. So some more damage is that direction. A lot of these reports I'm going to click on, I believe will probably be some repeats, but it doesn't hurt to kind of go over some information here, just to kind of recap the day, so to speak. Had some pretty strong winds across Champaign County, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. That was from the Mesonet station there. So a pretty official report, 63 mile an hour gust at 140. I had some damage there in St. Joseph, it looks like. Tab on that one here on the side. That would have been some semi-trucks on westbound I-74 blown over. That's likely why we had that road closure there that we saw earlier. Plenty more happening out here to the east, and since these storms have been in Indiana, lots of reports out that way as well. Plenty of wind, even a little bit of hail and wind outside of Chicago as well. Plenty of hail reports to the south, too, with some of these strong storms. Between Xenia and Flora, we had hail of, looks like nickel-sized there. Real quick, because I noticed there was a couple of people in the southern Illinois area where those storms are that are still tuned in. We are watching those storms. That tornado-warned storm looks like it's going to be close there in the Albany area, but I think it might be more of a problem in the north end of town. And again, let's throw back on your velocity and see what that looks like. It's broadened out a little bit, but there's a little notch in there maybe to keep an eye on. Looks the same there on the base velocity. Some stronger winds up there in the upper parts of the atmosphere with that. But yeah, those warnings stretch into Jasper and Crawford County, including Newton and Robinson. That has a tornado possible tag. I think Newton and Robinson in particular, probably a little too far north for the actual tornadic part to come in, or at least the way it currently sits, that particular area of circulation. So maybe some winds getting ready to kick in into Flora as well. So looking at how these storms are moving here, in fact, let's set them in motion over the last hour. And we'll see, again, they're definitely going to clip the southeast counties in the area. But it looks like the worst of it is going to stay at bay here south of the I-70 region. Someone commenting how in Mattoon and Charleston, how it's looking really dark there right now. Yeah, you do have a little pop-up storm happening. So, again, these are the kind of things that we can't rule out, and it looks like that's an okay little core on it. I see a tiny little bit of pink in there. So those kind of storms will be common. We'll see if they can really do anything because, again, the environment's really toned down here now with those other storms rolling through. But if it's thundering and lightning and you got a little bit of hail, that's no big surprise, but just don't think your threat is really there with some of these. You can even see on the last scan, that storm flatten out just a little bit.
There's the view.
There you go.
Of the Mattoon camera there.
Nice rain shaft.
Yeah, look at that on the right side. You can really see the rain coming down.
So yeah, not out of the question for some of those, general storms to just kind of surge up for a second and then kind of calm down as they, again, kind of just run into that stable air that's not in prime position to intensify these storms. Even see a little something around the Shelbyville area, maybe just south of town there. So certainly possible. But again, those are your areas that you really don't have to worry too much about anything intense happening. Maybe, a quick burst of rain, but that's pretty much all to be expected out of that. I'm just checking out this line. I think once this little round passes through, we're going to be a lot more certain about how the rest of the night will play out, because I think this is the best shot we've got at something grazing us, maybe a little bit more here on the southwest side, moves on in. But it talked about since yesterday, the general timing of 12 to 7 p.m. But as I mentioned on the morning show this morning, kind of trim that more to 12 to 5 for a lot of people. Maybe not everyone, but a lot of people not going to see a whole lot here for the remainder of the afternoon, which is a change of pace compared to what we've had in the past. Feels like we always have some storms there in the evening time and things turn dark and we can't see quite as much, and that always poses some problems. But at the very least, this one got out of here while we could still see what was going on, have a little better picture of where things were at, and a better idea of how those could evolve or kind of move around with time. But as these storms just kind of drift on by, we'll take a closer look at them. Let's hone in on that velocity again real quick. A little bit of that notch action there. Not a lot of red colors, though. That red you see around it, that's the tornado warning polygon just there in the background. So maybe just some strong winds kicking in. Looks like might get a little gusty there across highway. Was that 50 there? Yep. As that moves into Clay City and Noble. potentially Olney as well. So watching that to see what all happens with that line of storms. That really looks to be our last best punch here for the afternoon. How about this? I'm going to briefly talk about something later this week because we have been busy, but we're about to continue to stay busy because another chance for severe weather Wednesday of this coming week, possibly late Tuesday into Wednesday. Don't see this all the time where you have an enhanced risk outside of the 3-day window. Don't see that all the time. It was even there yesterday and has now expanded to cover much of the area. I think you would probably agree, Kevin. A much more put together system is what this next one looks to be. It's going to be a pretty busy day for someone. Don't know the details on that. Could be here, could be somewhere south of here, but that looks like it could bring a little action here to the area as well.
That anytime the day 4 has the enhanced on there, that's usually a pretty good indicator that there's going to be a moderate risk somewhere within that. That'll probably get upgraded to something. But that Wednesday system is definitely something we're going to be watching. Again, the timing of it there. Hopefully it's not an overnight event, but it could be. But we'll have to wait and see. And then I was even looking at something. It looked like maybe even something beyond that. I was looking at some other things that we look at. Let me see if it's still there. It's not showing up anymore. There was another thing showing up for next Friday too, but that Wednesday event looks pretty intense.
Yeah, something to watch out for. And I'm trying to even think of the last time we would have been included in a day 4 or farther out enhanced risk.
And it's a huge area.
Yeah, I mean, it is gigantic.
I mean, a gigantic area that they've kind of highlighted there. So, but such an active pattern.
I want to say the last time that may have happened, I believe the March 31st, 2023 event may have had that at one point. Again, not to compare events because we don't entirely know what this one's going to do yet, so not trying to say that's a repeat of that. But I think that was at least a time I can remember for sure, probably the most recent time that I can recall. So we'll keep an eye out for that, of course. We take things one thing at a time. So now with today's events soon to be behind us, we'll have plenty of time to kind of study up on that one and kind of get geared up for that. So we've got a couple days break. And I know we're in severe weather coverage here still, but I'm just going to give you a quick peek at what's on the other side of the system as far as your temperatures go, because it's been 70 and 80 here lately. Tomorrow it's going to be like 48. Is that right? Yeah, 48. And then right back up there in the 70s later in the week. So a little bit of a shock to the system there with 40s back tomorrow. Going to be kind of a dreary day there, cloudy and cold. But more of that warm air on the way. We're going to go from 73 today to 48 tomorrow, back to 74 Wednesday. So lots of jumping around. A question from Laura here. Are we having more severe weather than usual for this time of year? We certainly are. You know, you kind of get things that start in March sometimes. You get a little appetizer for what's to come. Kind of the April-May range is where you kind of watch for the bulk of severe weather around here. But oftentimes in Central Illinois, the weather doesn't really care what time of year it is. We've had stuff in December, had stuff in February. It does not always matter. And kind of had some feelings that this season, the 2025 severe weather season, would be a little bit of an active one. And that is definitely holding its form here right now for sure, as this is, I can't say for sure, but at least the third enhanced risk that we've seen play out, if not more than that. We even had a moderate risk at one point. So,
and it's not even April yet.
And it's not even April yet. Yeah, it almost is April.
Feels like it. It feels like May.
It's March 30th, so we're getting close there to the end. Feels like all this severe weather might be a cruel April Fool's joke. It really feels like it, but it is not, and we'll have to watch what all happens with time here. Checking in on the storms. Pretty nice hail core getting ready to make its way up into Crawford County. Of course, some of the townships like to pop up here on here as well. But a little humorous that Southwest is in the no, it's in the southwest corner. For some reason, I thought that said southeast. I'm like, southeast is in the southwest corner, but nope, properly labeled. So we'll watch as these storms move on through into that neck of the woods, kind of just grazing the southeast corner of the area. But some probably pretty impressive hail. We'll go back and look at the radar depiction. See, again, it's about a little over quarter size. So that is passing north of Olney right now. But hopefully, if all goes well here within the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes, we can probably slow things down here. We're kind of just on here for precaution in case some of these storms get a little noisy and race up to the north. But seems like the likelihood of that is not high. It looks like things are staying to the south where we kind of thought they would be in the first place. But I would say once we get through this this Crawford County storm, not saying it's going to hit Robinson, just saw it there on the map and said that out loud. That'll probably be the end of the active threat. Although there's a couple storms popping up, maybe even a little hail between Strasburg and Windsor. So general thunderstorm activity. I'm going to see if my lightning wants to work this time. And for some reason, it doesn't want to. Sometimes it does that. So no insight on the light. Oh, there we go. Now it's popping up. So we can kind of see these storms are rather mild, just a few strikes here and there. I can see on the Effingham camera now and then, though, a decent amount of lightning. So maybe stuff looking to the south. So that makes sense with some of the lightning down there around the Mason area. I should pause this. And yeah, the storm looks pretty good with the lightning up and down. Of course, the hail core in it as well. So maybe getting a little busy here in the next 30 minutes for Crawford County, including parts of Oblong and Robinson, Honey Creek, and that direction. So if you're still watching us and you are in Crawford County, get yourself ready for mainly some heavy rain and some hail over quarter size. Don't believe the tornado threat's quite as prominent, although they still have the tag on that. Yeah, it looks like it's let up just a little bit. And thankfully so. And we will return to our regular radar picture here to keep an eye on things here in central Illinois, as most of our severe weather has swept through the area. Just pick up the scraps here is what we're doing there with those storms to the south. But I'd be willing to guess once those storms roll on through, aside from just a rogue storm, maybe getting close to quarter-size hail, like what you kind of see out here in Coles County, Shelby County. Maybe one of those kind of jumps up and gets rewarned for a moment, but there's just not a whole lot of potential for those outside of that. So that's what we can see down that way. And eventually this may be even, as we head out there closer to the Terre Haute region, that's where some of the severe weather is likely to move on through at some point in time. So that is next in line. Oh boy, looks like a pretty impressive storm down there in southeastern Missouri. Just for curiosity's sake, I'm going to check on that one. That has 2.75-inch hail. I believe that is baseball size or close to it.
Yeah, baseball.
Kind of lose track after that, but that's pretty impactful, and that's why those individual cellular storms are usually a little bit more intense as far as your hail and your tornado potential goes. So out that direction, it's getting pretty busy, but here it is quieting down for many, getting a little busy for those in Crawford County as we see those storms approach. And we'll, of course, hone in on those now that it's back in our extreme southeastern viewing area. Again, the pink colors suggest that there's a good amount of hail on the way, over quarter size. But overall level of concern, not high once that storm passes through. And even with that storm, it's not terribly high. It's going to be a little loud there for a short period of time.
Tornado warning.
Tornado warning. Oh, we're looking up in northeast Indiana now. Yep, there we go. Kindleville. That way. But let's also just look here. Let me pop back on the full radar and just look across the country as this line is continuing to take shape. Crazy enough, there's snow in Iowa and Minnesota, but unlike those other severe weather events, we're not going to get any this time. We had some snow after severe weather the last couple times, and that is a little ridiculous. I don't like how we can have 70 in storms one day and then snow the next night, but not in the cards for us this time. As we can see there, I got a question about some storms popping up near Effingham, one particular there. Looks like east of Vandalia. Again, not too worried about that. If that gets up to, quarter-size hail, it's possible. Won't rule it out, but it's on kind of the wrong side of this line to really do too much. It's going to have some competition to get through, and likely it's just going to fizzle out here a little bit, maybe makes a little bit of noise before it completely exits, but pretty standard thunderstorms here, kind of your springtime storms that we get here every now and then. That's a little rambunctious, but overall behaving effectively. And watching out for any updates on that tornado watch too. Again, that's a little more bark than bite at this point in time for many counties up to the north. Wouldn't be too terribly surprised if they trim that back at some point. It even looks like the Indianapolis office maybe has canceled some of that watch. So maybe we'll see Lincoln follow suit there at some points as these storms kind of outrun their watch areas. And we'll likely see a reduction in that. So tend to think that the I-70 region, not even that really, just the Jasper and Crawford County areas are the ones to watch here for the storms for the next little bit. And after that, things are going to be pretty quiet outside of a few of your ordinary thunderstorms that will populate on through over time. So I'd say we're getting pretty close to getting out of this here. Again, we'll just kind of watch this thing drift through Crawford County. And after that, probably doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on. So if you've got any plans for the remainder of the day, later tonight, looks like those are still in good shape. Be prepared maybe for a little bit of rain if you're outdoors, but other than that, not much to worry about here with some of these lingering storms. I'll tell you what, I haven't been able to look outside in a minute. I'm going to pop on SkyCam here. I think we've got a good amount of sunshine here in the area, actually. Let's take a peek. I don't think Champaign fully just yet, but you're seeing some rays poking through. Oh, we are seeing some sunshine. So how about that? We're kind of clearing things up here. Not a bad end of the day. Some raindrops still smudged on the camera. We'll aim it up a little bit so you can see that blue sky. Blue in more ways than one. Storms in the distance, and of course some sun shining through. So, how about this one? Gibson City looks pretty nice right now. Let me pop that one up. There you go. Not all bad. Nice little sunny into the day. Of course, it never got crazy that direction. Did get a little windy up there, but we, for the most part, didn't see too much craziness up in that direction. I'm going to do real quick. I'll take a look at some power outages, and we'll see if those are lingering or if those are getting taken care of. It looks like those are getting taken care of pretty well.
Yeah, I was going to say we got what here in Champaign, about 370 county and Champaign County, 370 down towards Coles, 92, Clark at 211, and Vermilion at 554. So they're really starting to improve on that front.
Yeah, so the colors definitely fading from that map. And, of course, the crews that go out there, the linemen that are kind of sometimes braving the elements to get those taken care of. We appreciate their work, and in this case, very quick, efficient work. So not going to be in the dark here for many of us as we wrap up the weekend, this final weekend of March. There's your Robinson storm. Crawford County storm. Keep saying Robinson just because I see it there on the map, but it will hit parts of Robinson there as well. Looks like down there in the southwest part of the county is where your biggest hail core is. Again, nice broad pink in there that could make for some noisiness on the rooftops, especially any kind of metal buildings. You'll hear some pinging off of some of those. We'll even toss on velocity there to see if there's any strong winds in there, and it looks a little noisy, at least from the Evansville radar down there. But probably be a little breezy in that direction. And we will brace ourselves for that, but not too worried about anything imminently being produced out of this. Looks like any rotation that was once there isn't quite at that concerning level at this point in time. As we get a update there on the radar, pushing it a little further east. And another overview of your radar. So we still got lots of people watching there. We got close to about 3,000 people still watching our coverage. And, of course, we appreciate it. There have probably been some people here from the beginning, and we always appreciate the viewership here. We do the best we can to keep you informed on everything and make sure that you are safe no matter where you are. Of course, that is our mission here over at the WCIA through weather team, is to always keep an eye on the sky and take good care of you there. One thing I'll put up, I'm not well versed with this particular part of our streaming service, but how about this? Just put a little QR code up there in the top left corner. That is for WeatherCall. If you are interested in getting alerts here, let me put this one up. This one looks a little more, there we go. That one looks a little more eye-catching there at the bottom of the screen, although I will get that away from the active part of the radar. Yeah, if you want to sign up for WeatherCall, it's $15 a year, just a little over $1 a month, and you get a phone call directly to your phone in the event of a warning. Kevin gives you a nice little ring, lets you know what's on its way, and you can stay informed. It's a pretty good way. It's a pretty good primary way to receive your warnings, but it's especially a good backup way to even receive them too, because you have your weather radios. Some of us do. You, of course, always have the ability, if you are in a town, to have those outdoor sirens. But if it's 2 in the morning, as we've seen with some storms before, phone call will wake you right up if you've got it right there on the nightstand. So if you want to give that code a scan, if you're interested, it's a nice little service, and we've got a lot of positive feedback on that too. Lots of people that appreciate what comes out of that, because if they otherwise didn't have it, they wouldn't know certain things are going on. And even if you're like me, I've got a smartwatch, and a lot of the day my phone's on silent, but my watch always has vibrate on. So my watch will go off anytime that there is some sort of warning issued in that case. So very nice service to have. Again, give that a quick scan if you are interested. And that could potentially be of value to you. All right. I think there's a little bit of activity watch here in these storms. I'm going to take a closer look in here. There's some pockets of interest popping up here, possibly on velocity. So we'll kind of keep an eye out on some of this stuff. Again, hopefully it's well behaved here, but a little bit of potential still resides in these storms. And of course, that's why we are keeping you with us here as we watch our severe weather chance wrap up. And we'll flip back to reflectivity here and see what's happening down that way. I'm going to pull back up the Effingham camera here in a second too, because we might get a decent view of that little tiny cell passing to the south. So I'll pop that up there passively in the background. If you are in Crawford County, though, get yourself ready. It's going to be noisy here for a little bit with that hail or just heavy rain pounding down to the rooftops there. These storms not moving quite as fast. I believe they're still at 40. Oh, these are 25 miles an hour, so these are a little more drawn out. So maybe flash flood risk possible if things got kind of trained a little bit. So not necessarily breezing through like some of those storms did earlier. This might linger here for just a little bit. But I think the biggest impact is going to be, again, maybe that flash flooding. Maybe there's golf ball size hail in there, isolated spots that could cause maybe a couple of dents here and there. But other than that, this is definitely a manageable storm. You just want to make sure you're inside and hunker down a little bit, just because nobody wants hailstones. Nobody wants to get hit by any of those. So we will continue to watch for that. And these other storms, there's some isolated pop-up storms that will do a little bit. They'll make some noise, like here in the Coles County area. Those may linger around for a little bit, but not worried about what those have to offer. Same with that one in Effingham, because they're just on the wrong side of the system. They are going to have some competition, some fierce competition with those storms to their south that are going to really take control of things and push off to the east and leave us nice and quiet here into the night, and at least for the next couple of days before the potential for more severe weather moves on in later on in the week. That would be Wednesday time frame. But again, we'll get some more details on that as we get a little closer and go from there. Just a little footnote too. I'm sure many people are aware, but we stream on all of our meteorologist platforms. That includes one Jacob Dickey, who is on a little bit of a trip right now. That's why you haven't heard anything from him today. So not like he's not wanting to show up. He's just out there on a little trip. So that's why it's been.
I'm sure he's been reporting from where.
Yeah,
he has been.
His page, and it's. What is Ireland, like 8 hours difference? If he's still posting right now, he's
it was midnight.
He's pulling a late night.
He doesn't sleep. We know that. Come on.
Yeah, I think
he's even said that.
Most people are aware of that. So again, if you are watching from Jacob Dickey's page, he is in Ireland. I believe he's in Ireland still.
He's in Ireland, yeah.
At one point. So that's why you're stuck with me today. That's why stuck with me and Adam. Kevin's always nice to have around, but with me and Adam, you're stuck with us. And shout out to our intern, Jason, who is here in the background as well. Keep an eye on stuff for us. Jason and I storm chased 2 summers ago, and that was a good time. Good time to chase storms when they're not in Illinois. Yeah, Gloria in the chat says, yes, Jacob's been reporting. Bless his heart. I'm sure he has. I'm going to even just check out his page here and see how on top of things he is. And again, all this being said, while there are some active storms there in Crawford County, not completely trying to get off subject here, but that line is moving in, probably seeing some heavy rain and some hail in there right now. So just going to hunker down for the next 15 or 20 minutes. And looks like the brunt of that storm will pass on through. And then we should pretty much be good after that. Should not have too much else to worry about. Thankfully, the tornadic part of this storm was able to be dropped earlier. And even if it comes back at some point, it does not appear that it will be here. We'll watch it sail off to the east into Indiana. All the rest of our storms are hanging out now. Quite a bit of action up there, too. It looks like we've got 3 tornado warnings up into Indiana and southern Michigan, Sturgis included. But yeah, pretty widespread event. The event got started here in central Illinois. Don't always get the big widespread events happen across the country start here in Illinois. Usually those kind of start to our west, and we kind of see the end of those. But we were where those storms originated as a front tried to push on through. Speaking of front, I'm curious. We'll look at, let's see where those temps are here, if I can get a better, there we go. Yeah, so it's pretty cold air on the way at some point, 30s in Iowa already. So going to be in for a big cool down here over the next 12 hours or so. Whoops. So I believe that once we watch this storm kind of move out of Crawford County, I think we'll kind of wrap things up as our severe weather risk is concluding. And
bear with me.
As I say that,
I'm gonna have an impressive video to share.
Oh boy!
You. So stay tuned.
Oh boy!
Coming soon.
In the meantime, while we eagerly await, look at that tornado watch disappeared for a lot of the area. I-70 region's the only region included still in that tornado watch area. But as we suspected, lots of places now out of the equation for the potential storms here for the remainder of the day. Still have some of those southern counties included just for safe measure as those storms aren't nearby. But if you're in Shelbyville, Mattoon, Charleston, Arcola, Tuscola, Champaign, Danville, Clinton, Decatur, Springfield, you guys are all good. Maybe a couple of pop-up storms that'll be a little noisy here for a minute. But if you see your county and it's not yellow anymore, it looks like you are in good shape here for the rest of not just today, but the next couple of days before the next chance for severe weather moves on in. Still cautiously watching things in Crawford County in particular, maybe Jasper and Clark too, but I'd say a lot of even the I-70 strip is becoming a little more clear minute by minute. But still some action down here. Yeah, Robinson getting plunked by some hail, it looks like, or some heavy wind. So hunker down for a little bit and just kind of ride this one out, and it should be over with there before too terribly long. Got one person asking here, maybe they weren't here earlier. I'll just kind of briefly touch up on this coming week, because if you don't know about it, it may catch you off guard a little bit. Wednesday, chance for more severe weather. Enhanced risk outside of the 3-day territory. And what that essentially means is you can only have a slight or enhanced risk once you're beyond that time frame. So you got to be pretty confident something's going to happen if you're going to put an enhanced more than 3 days out. And that is the case for the Storm Prediction Center. That includes all of our viewing area. Details on that, not 100% certain yet. And of course, a lot of the models that we have to look at that are very low resolution. They go up pretty far, but they don't give us a lot of detail. So as those more detailed models come in, we will pass along what we know with that. We got video.
All right, we have video. You're going to be looking to the left side of the screen. This was in Hoopston. It's getting a little windy. Left side of your screen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is
right on the deck.
Unfortunate location for that tree to come down there.
Yeah. I mean, I guess better on the deck than the house.
Right.
So maybe the house got a little bit there, but here it is again. Big gust. Boom. Yikes. Sorry about that, Nicholas.
Yeah, I hope everything else is good aside from that, but gonna have to get some railings repaired at the very least, it looks like.
Looks like the power stayed on at least. That's the news.
Kept the camera feed on anyway.
Boom.
Those not 100% sure what to do, but those Ring doorbells or things of that sort.
Yep.
Always a little neat to see what you can capture on some of those.
Probably wish he didn't capture that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I say neat, not in this case. That's just something active. But yeah, probably saw a good amount of trees go down here earlier today with those windy storms, and that is to no surprise that we saw that. I'm gonna, let's see. Keep seeing some good lightning on the Effingham camera, but I know the minute I turn it there, it's going to not do anything. So there's a tiny little cell there in southern Effingham. It's not doing a whole lot. In fact, that might be heading right towards Dietrich. Uh-oh. Mom and Dad, look out. Get our dog Rocky in the garage.
Good old Rocky.
He's fine.
I love Rocky.
He's gone through quite a few storms.
He's a good boy.
The goodest of boys, I would even say.
Boy. Goodest of boys.
Robinson, looks like things.
Probably got some hail.
Yeah.
There.
Let's see if we can dive in on our hail analysis. Maybe nickel-sized, perhaps. I think that might, again, this sometimes undersells it. So, yep, 0.8, close to that nickel size. But wouldn't be surprised if there were some quarters, if not more in there.
Confirmed tornado up there on the Indiana-Michigan state line.
Let's Let's take a look that direction, just a glance. Not entirely sure what their not entirely sure what the tornado risk in Michigan was today. Can't really remember off the top of my head what that looked like, but I want to say they were roughly in the same area that we were, kind of that 4 out of 10 ish. I'll tell you, some pretty decent production in areas where you maybe didn't expect it on that tornado risk. Of course, it's still more storms to go tonight, so that area to the south, I mentioned that 6 out of 10, that has a chance for some strong tornadoes. EF2 plus potential down across parts of Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, and down that way. So still some activity to watch there for the remainder of the night. But as they will watch for activity, we will kind of watch ours wrap up here. Give another 5 or 10 minutes here, and I think things should be in fairly good shape, although there might be a little bit of extra heavy rain or hail kind of coming in from the southwest again to hit parts of Crawford County. But many of us are sitting pretty good right now. I'll bring up again the tornado watch, which has been trimmed back pretty sizably. Montgomery, Fayette, Effingham, Cumberland, Jasper, Clark, and Crawford are the only counties still included in that tornado watch in the Illinois portion of the area. Vermilion and Park County, Indiana, still on that zone. So watching the watch to see if anything pans out from it, but not looking like too much more is going to happen here the remainder of the afternoon. It is 4:30 p.m. on this Sunday, March 30th. We just some programming notes too for WCIA later on today. There's some March Madness basketball going on, and that has a tendency, believe it or not, to sometimes go past its time limit. So if you're looking for a recap on the damage tonight and a look at severe weather later this week, might have to stay up a little bit to do that. Might be closer to 11 o'clock or so, similar to the late shows that we had earlier this week, Thursday and Friday. So if anyone is curious to see how the event played out today and wants a recap, again, might have to stay up just a little bit later tonight, as we will likely be going on closer to the 11 o'clock range, if not maybe a little later. But for those that enjoy the games, I'm sure they enjoy when those games drag out a little bit and you get some action at the end. Not a lot of action in this tournament, feels like. Not a lot of upsets, not a lot of tight finishes, but that is neither here nor there.
Potentially all 1 seeds, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I just saw that I just saw that a little bit. I was like, wait, are they all 1 seed possibly?
And
has that ever happened where you've had all 1 seeds in the Final Four?
I don't know if it has or not. You know, there was a...
Don't get me wrong, I want Michigan State to win, but as a Big Ten fan, I want Michigan State to win.
There's a pro analyst, I think it was Jay Williams. He got a lot of heat on Selection Sunday for picking all 1 seeds to the Final Four.
Did, that's right.
He might get it. He might get it. So I think I'm 4th out of 32 in one of my brackets, so I'm doing all right.
I do have one with Duke winning them all. Duke winning it all, so
the Blue Devils.
Yeah. Oh, Jason said he had one Texas Tech winning it all in one of his.
Wow.
Hey, I had McNeese winning the whole thing in one of them too, just to be funny. And they won their first game.
There you go. Bracketology in the weather department here.
Bracketology and meteorology.
If you need help with some expert picks next year.
That sounds like a podcast. Bracketology and meteorology.
Yeah, we could do something with that. To spice things up a little bit, let's head to Effingham. There you go.
Little wall of rain.
A little bit of lightning steadily in the background. I think we're looking southeast there, I believe. So getting a little stormy in Effingham again. Not severe, at least not yet. There's a tiny little cell. Maybe it produces some hail that'll put a warning on at some point, but this is not anything to really be too worried about for now. And just a little bit extra, some rainfall there that you may appreciate. We could use some of that there at all times with how dry things have been. And that is what's happening down in Effingham County. All righty. Looks like things are quieting down in Crawford County, or at least passing on through. Could be a little bit of a cell down that direction that wants to move on in and prolong the storm chances. But I do not foresee that's really ramping up a whole lot here by the time it exits the area.
That's an area that's seen thunderstorms for hours, it feels like, forever.
Yeah.
It's just been under warnings constantly for the last 3-4 hours.
I feel like Clark County's had a warning on it for a good minute now.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm curious. I'm just going to look at the last 3 hour. Yeah. These colors don't look crazy, but when they're over the course of 3 hours, they can get a little impressive. Moonshine, 2 inches in 3 hours. At least 2 inches in the last 3 hours. Of course, the rain may have only been falling here for the last hour and a half, so that rate may be a little greater than that. Moonshine. Good burgers down that way.
That's what I've heard. Rainfall reports will be interesting for tomorrow.
Yeah, we're finally going to have a good little swath of area to report, especially with the rain that we had yesterday. In fact, I'm just going to that rain was yesterday morning, so I have to go a little farther than 24 hours.
48.
I'm going to pop that up here. We're just going to look at the colors. There you go. Nice corridor of 3/4 of an inch to very close to 2 inches in a couple spots. So not bad, not bad. Gets us started there and helps us out a little bit. All right, reset back to radar, where it looks like storms are finally wrapping up. And to be honest here, probably in the next 10 minutes, we will kind of wrap things up. My level of concern is at an all-time low. There could be a little more hail there in the Crawford County area. But mainly just heavy rain, some lightning. And this little thing heading right into Dietrich. How about that? It is hitting my hometown with rain, potentially some hail. Hope everyone's doing good down that way, which I imagine they are. My dad was a little worried about the hail chances today because redoing their driveway in their garage, and they could not have their cars in the garage today. So a little bit of a tricky situation there, and maybe this one particular storm is going to bring a little bit of that hail action, but hopefully all the vehicles are in good shape. It is 4:37 here in Central Illinois, and our storm chances are rapidly coming to an end. Curious, is there anybody out there right now actively listening that is in the Crawford County area? Just want to kind of get a read on where some of the people are watching from, because we still have quite a following on here right now, but I've got a feeling a lot of people maybe have us kind of on the background of something to kind of keep an eye on in case something does happen. If you're in Crawford County, let me hear you. Ooh, report from Dietrich. Pea-size hail in Dietrich. Came down good. Wind was insane, but now let up. So maybe a little surprising burst of wind in just the tiniest of cells. That is between Dietrich and Wheeler. And anybody from that particular area knows that is kind of wild that Liss pops up on our radar. Liss is about 6 houses, and it is showing up on the map at the same time that Effingham is showing up. So nice little inside joke for people in that area. Liss, you blink and you'll miss where Liss is. It is a very small stretch of houses. Some people reporting here, watching in Nashville, watching in Louisville.
You mean Louisville?
Or potentially Louisville. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone
Louisville?
is watching from Kentucky, so that's possible.
Not like Lewiston or Louiston.
Next person said Foster, Kentucky, so maybe there is someone in Louisville.
Lewiston or Lewtown. Lewiston. I forget which one. Lewistown and Lewiston in Illinois. They call it both ways.
Right. If you are in the Kentucky area, like I know at least one person is watching us, keep an eye on your local stations. They'll have some more info for you later tonight regarding your chance for severe weather. Of course, we are stationed here in Champaign, Illinois, covering much of central Illinois and a little bit of western Indiana, where storms are becoming a little more scarce. Got one viewer, at least in Robinson. That would be Abby and Robinson. So it looks like the worst of that has kind of pushed on through. And maybe a little bit more there on the southeast side. I'm just going to take a peek at velocity one more time. And then I think we'll wrap up. We've been on here for a good amount of time. Yeah. So as those warnings kind of get dropped, there's not too much of an urgent need to be on here. Again, we were on here just out of caution. Thought there could be a few storms down here that got a little that could have got a little out of hand. There was tornado warning on this same cluster of storms at one point, but that is no longer the case. Just severe thunderstorm warnings. No longer even the tornado possible tag on them, of course, because not too much to worry about with those current storms. Oh, Mom texted me. So far, no hail for us. Thank goodness. Cars are looking good.
Thanks for the report.
Yeah, no, anytime. I know people were anxiously waiting. I'm going to turn it to Charleston. There's some rain there. I don't think it's doing a whole lot, but someone commented about that. Yep, another round of rain. So again, if you're seeing these little yellowish, reddish colors on radar, and you're wondering if that's really going to do much, I'll say it probably won't. It might bring some hail that could get it severe warned at some point in time, but it's not anything urgent. Just something to you want to be inside for. Don't want to be caught outside in that, of course, but you should be all right as long as you just kind of wait that kind of storm out. Yeah. Looks like outages are being amended and taken care of. So we'll let this thing get east of Robinson. I think we will call it good. We have officially been streaming for over 4 hours now. We got this started close to 12:45. Had to break on air once as a tornado warning and potential tornado from the looks of it passed through southern Champaign County. And they even got close to the south end of town here. Looks like it impacted Tolono and the surrounding communities. So we'll kind of see what the National Weather Service sees with that tomorrow. Likely to send out crews there to inspect any sort of damage. And I believe, where's that warning at? I got a buzz saying there's a warning, but I don't. It looks like it's just a redrawn one. So again, not too worried. We'll watch this little line pass Robinson, and after that, I think we are good to wrap things up here. Not really much of a sense of urgency for anybody, but
Things are looking good for us, I think, in our viewing area here.
we have another couple minutes here. We'll make sure everybody is all squared away down there. But again, I just mentioned we've been on our stream for a little over 4 hours now. Still got close to 3,000 viewers, so we appreciate the viewership. We are, of course, glad to help provide coverage on days like today. And I'll offer it out there one final time. I will put up the QR code for WeatherCall. If you are interested in getting another way of receiving warnings to your exact location, you can get a phone call right to your phone, and that is a great way to receive some alerts. It's a good way for it to be your primary way to get warnings. It's also an even better way for it to be the backup way to get them too. You definitely need more than one way to get some of those warnings because you never know when one might let you down. That's why we offer a multitude of ways to stay in the know and get your coverage there. So you can sign up today. It does come at a light cost, $15 per year, so just a little over $1 a month. I think it is well worth the price because even if it saves you one time, that will pay for itself right away. And you will be grateful that you signed up for it. So again, it's there if you are interested. You can even get text messages or perhaps emails if that's kind of more the way you like to operate. Those are also options. And even if you didn't need it / want it today, maybe you'll want it Wednesday as more storms are set to move on in. We'll talk about that later on tonight on our newscast, but not a bad idea to have that around to continue to stay weather aware, as we always like to say. All righty, one last check. Looks like maybe a little more heavy rain or some hail. South Crawford County, but effectively going to wrap things up here. The only other thing to watch, this little cell in Jasper County might have some hail in it, but as we mentioned, tornado watch has been peeled back for almost everybody. And even though there's still some severe warnings, those storms are kind of outrunning those boxes here before too terribly long. So we thank you for joining us here on this Sunday afternoon, for taking part of your day, spending it here with us. And we will continue to let you know the aftermath of everything that happened today. That'll be later on tonight. If you get X49, we'll be on at 9 o'clock as usual. If you do not get X49, the next time you'll see us is on WCIA 3 News at 10 is the name of the show, but that might be closer to 11 o'clock tonight. And just one final note, tornado watch appears to have disappeared for Fayette County. So there you go. Chances are wrapping up here this afternoon. All righty. With that said, for Chief Meteorologist Kevin Lighty, for Meteorologist Adam Sherwinski, Meteorologist Jacob Dickey all the way in Ireland, and of course our intern Jason, I am Meteorologist Seth Bohnhoff. I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday, that you enjoy the last several minutes of March Madness here. And
We'll see you Wednesday.
yeah, we'll see you Wednesday. Until then, stay safe, and you know where to find us.